Good. Okay. Good morning. We're back on the record in case number 2023-00159. Ms. Glass, you had indicated before we came to the record that you may be calling some of your witnesses, and in particular those witnesses that you identified yesterday as being date certain witnesses for, that's witnesses Wolfram and Fetter that you needed to take today, that you may be taking them after or soon after Mr. West is done. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. And is that the Fetter then Wolfram or Wolfram then Fetter?
Fetter and then Wolfram.
Okay.
And then we also have to, we were proposing to move up Mr. Schlatt's from where we've indicated we would call him, and so we would actually call Fetter, then Schlatt's, and then Wolfram.
Okay. And then pick up again with witnesses Phillips, Blankenship, and then Clark?
Correct.
Okay. That'll be fine. Okay. And then we'll take anything else up after we get through those witnesses. Ms. Grumman?
Your Honor, subject to, I'll ask the company to clarify, but I believe we have an agreement to, I have spoken with staff counsel and have confirmed that staff counsel does not have any questions for Ms. Perry, and have spoken with the company, and they have indicated, I believe, a willingness to take Ms. Perry out of order after company witness Schlatt.
Yeah, we could slot Perry in after Schlatt, so it would go Fetter, Schlatt's, Perry, Wolfram.
We'd entertain a request to excuse Ms. Perry and have her testimony. It's already submitted, it's already under oath. Do you all have any objection to that, Ms.
No,
Glass?
we don't.
Your Honor, I would make the request that Ms. Perry be excused from the hearing and that her testimony be admitted into the record.
Fine. We'll dismiss her from the record, or dismiss her from the hearing, and take her testimony into consideration.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Morning, Chairman.
Good morning, Mr. Kurtz.
Same issues, Walmart. Mr. Barron and Mr. Baldino, staff has no cross for either of them.
I have questions for Mr. Barron. I don't quite know yet whether I have questions for Mr. Baldino. Frankly, it's going to depend on my cross-examination of Mr.
That's fine. Mr. Barron is available
Burkholder.
for the rest of the week except Thursday morning, which I'm sure we can work around. And Mr. Collin, I assume you have questions for him?
I think we'll have questions for Mr. Collins.
Okay, he's available for the duration except for tomorrow afternoon.
Okay. We will make it work.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Glass, before I turn it over for redirect, there is one additional question I have, or one line of question I have for Mr. West. Is your preference to go ahead and conduct a redirect and then check and see if anybody has questions and then me ask it then, or for me to ask it now?
I would prefer if you asked it now. That'd be fine.
All right, thank you. Is there anything else we need to take up, by the way, before we start up with Mr. West again? Okay. Good morning, Mr. West.
Good morning.
Just still remind you, you're under oath from yesterday. You, in your testimony, supported a test year amount and maybe even the deferral accounting for storm expense. Is that right?
In my direct testimony?
I think so.
Think so? Yes.
Okay. And that's for, just to be, major storm expense, right?
Yes, that's
Okay.
part of securitization.
Do you have that EEI document that, that Ms. Wiseman had a minute ago? I think it's a, well, not,
We do
darn
have
it,
May I
darn it,
approach?
it's a different document.
Oh.
Did I send you that second one? And I'm gonna ask, Ms. Tussey to bring it up on the board, and I'll just represent to you, it's the document on the exact same website as the one from yesterday. It's the fact book, I think, or handbook, forget which one it's called. It's the AEP 2023 fact book from the EEI Financial Conference. And we're gonna bring that up here, and could you go to page 16, Ms. Tussey? So this is from the EEI conference held in Arizona a couple weeks ago. And and this is, I got this from the AEP website, the Investor Relations website. And this is a AEP slide that was provided at that conference on major storm O&M recovery mechanisms by jurisdiction. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And do you see that that generally covers all the different jurisdictions that AEP has operating companies in? Arkansas, Indiana. So Arkansas, is that SWEPCO?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And then so is, we'll just skip down. And so SWEPCO is Arkansas and Louisiana, and then Texas.
And Texas.
Okay. And that's the SPP Texas, right?
Yes,
Okay. And then there's Indiana, which is I&M.
Indiana and Michigan.
Yep. And then so is Michigan is I&M.
Yes.
Ohio's Ohio Power Company.
That's correct.
Is Oklahoma PSO.
PSO.
Tennessee's Kingsport. Is that
Yes.
right? Virginia is APCO.
APCO.
And West Virginia is APCO and Wheeling, or is it just technically Wheeling?
It's both.
Okay.
It's APCO and Wheeling.
And then there's Texas ERCOT. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. So this indicates, the title of this is Major Storm O&M. O&M is Operations and Maintenance.
Yes.
Recovery Mechanisms by Jurisdiction. It indicates the state, the quote, ability to defer. Is it fair, do you think, to assume that ability to defer is referring to deferral accounting?
That's how I would interpret it, yes.
Okay. And then the other column is current ongoing level of storms approved in base rates. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, so for Kentucky, it says there that the amount of current ongoing level of storms approved in base rates is $1.5 million. What is the amount that you all are seeking to include in base rates in this case?
I believe it's just a little over 1 million.
Just a little over 1 million. Okay.
Yeah, I would have to look at my
Do you mind?
testimony. Do you happen to know what page that is, or?
I
that you were
don't,
referring to?
but I can tell you very quickly.
It looks like it's on page 20.
Okay. So on page 20, this is the section of your testimony that's titled Storm Expense and Base Rates, right?
Yes.
Okay. So when you describe, and if you could leave that up, when you describe, you're asked by the fictional attorney here to describe how Kentucky Power traditionally sets a normalized level of storm expense for its base rates. Is that right? Mm-hmm. And your response is, in the last several rate cases, Kentucky Power adjusted its test year distribution major storm damage expense by using a historical 3-year average of distribution major storm damage expense, less in-house labor, and adjusted by the Handy-Whitman Contract Labor Index. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, the Handy-Whitman Index is, as I understand it, a distribution-specific cost inflation index. Is that accurate?
Well, I think that there are other ones that are like generation related, but there is a distribution plant,
Okay.
Handy-Whitman Index, yes.
So then it goes on to say the actual level of test year distribution, non-major storm damage expense, as well as the actual level of test year transmission major and non-major storm damage expense remained in the test year unadjusted. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So, for non-major storms and for major and non-major for transmission, it's the test year amount incurred for those expenses. Is that right?
Could you say that again?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
The revenue requirement that you propose
Yes.
reflects the test year amount for distribution non-major and non-major and major for transmission. Is that right?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. And the proposed revenue requirement includes for major distribution expenses the 3-year average of that expense, you're normalizing it, right? Using the 3-year average, reducing it by in-house labor, because that's going to be caught up in other places in the revenue requirement, but adjusted by that Handy Whitman index. Is that right?
That's what we had previously done, yes.
Okay. That's what was in that, and I don't, I'm not trying to split hairs, but I still don't have an appreciation for what tariffs we have and what's actually technically in front of us. So I'm just, your all's proposed revenue requirement in this case in the application. This is application testimony.
It is.
Okay,
It
so
is.
that's how you all calculated that in the revenue requirement.
Well, what we're saying is that's how we used to calculate it in previous cases.
Okay, great.
On page 21, I explained how we were proposing to calculate it, but then ultimately, as part of the mitigation of this case, we're just keeping it at the same level it is currently.
Okay, so it's always been the 3-year average.
That's,
Is that what you're saying?
I think that that's typically how it's been done in previous cases, yes.
Do you know whether it was the 3-year average that was expensed or the 3-year average incurred? Would you like me to tell you what the distinction is in those two terms that I'm
Yeah,
making?
well, yeah, can you help me out there?
Yeah. So if you use deferral accounting, you by definition don't expense that cost. Would you agree?
That's correct.
But
until
you do
it's-
incur that cost. You actually
We-
paid the people the things.
We incur it,
All right.
yes.
So is the 3-year average that you used to use in previous cases the amount that you expensed in each of those 3 years, or the amount that you incurred, regardless of whether portions of it were deferred?
It's the amount that was incurred. It would have been what was expensed on the books.
Again,
No.
incurred doesn't mean expensed when I'm asking that. Is it the amount of actual damage you all had, O&M expense related to the O&M expense that you had in totality, less in-house, regardless of whether portions of it were deferred using deferral accounting, or is it only the amount that you expensed?
It is the amount that was incurred less in-house labor. It's the incremental O&M that was incurred to repair the storm damage.
Okay, so for instance, if in those 3 years, you had a year with no major, I'm just gonna make this very simple, a year with no major damage, a year with 100 million of O&M major storm expense, and then the third year is $0 again, okay? The average of that, the just ordinary average, would be $33.3 million, right?
Yes.
However, if you expensed 79, if you, in that year 2, the commission gave you deferral accounting for $79 million of that $100 million of major storm expense. You incurred $100 million, but you only expensed $21 million, and the average of what you expensed would be $7 million.
Okay.
When you tell us here how you used to do it in the past, is it the 100 million example or the 100 million example or the 21 million example?
I would like to defer the question to witness Whitney. She is the one that calculated this. And I don't want to give you false information or incorrect information. I want to be helpful and make sure you have the right information.
Well, I appreciate that, and I guess what I'm trying to figure out is, you describe how it's done. Does Ms. Whitney know how in past rate cases storm damage expense was calculated for a pro forma adjustment?
Yes, she does.
Okay, so then you go on in your testimony to talk about, on page 21, how it's changing. And that you've streamlined it. That's, that's not my, your testimony says you've streamlined it, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
that your all's proposal identified the actual test year expense per books of $7.3 million. That is 5.4 million of major storm and 1.9 of non-major storm. So says the footnote. For distribution, and then $100,000 for transmission. And then there was a computation of an updated 3-year average level of distribution and transmission expense of $30 million. What is that 30? I guess, all right, read on. In addition, as a mitigation effort to this, in this case, the company is proposing to reduce the level of total distribution major and non-major storm project expense in the test year from 7.3 million to approximately 1 million and maintain the actual test year of transmission major and minor at 100,000 rather than propose an increase to reflect to expense the an increase to expense to reflect the 3-year average of actual expenses excluding the February 2021 ice storm and the July 2020 flood expenses, which would have equaled approximately $9.4 million. Due to the relatively low level of distribution and transmission major and non-major storm project expense proposed to be established in base rates, going forward, the company would need to file an application seeking deferral accounting when it had distribution and transmission major and non-major storm project expense that exceeds the $1.1 million baseline. Is that right? Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. So you wanted the $1.1 million to be the entirety of major and non-major O&M for transmission and distribution. Is that right?
That is what it says,
Okay.
yes.
Now, how is what's in the settlement different than that?
There's nothing with this in the settlement, to my knowledge.
Correct.
It's the same as what's in my testimony here.
Would you agree that at $1.5 million, according to AEP, you all already have the lowest level of ongoing storm damage expense at base rates?
Yes.
Directionally, are you proposing that the level in base rates be higher or lower than it currently is today?
We're proposing that it stays the same as what's currently in base rates right now. That's what we were proposing.
I'm confused. I read that you were wanting the $1.1 million.
That's what's in base rates right now.
How is it not the $1.5 million that's on the screen?
I'm not sure where that number, or what is making up that extra, 0.4 on that slide. I didn't provide the number. I don't know where it came from. It's pretty close, but everything that we've provided to this commission with respect to requesting deferral accounting authority for a major storm, on the spreadsheets that we submit, we are subtracting
Okay.
what's currently in base rates, and that's about 1.1.
Let's
not
take a big
bad.
step back. Is the 1.1 the amount of distribution in base rates now, or the total amount in base rates now? So if you go to page 20, I read that the amount of base rates that you all had here from the previous rate case is $2.1 million.
Mr. Chairman, if you could talk to witness Whitney about this, I'm confident that she could clear this up. I'm telling you what we've done in our
Yeah.
in our requests, and we're not backing out what's in base rates of 2.1, we're backing out about 1.1. That's my recollection from the spreadsheets that I remember seeing that we've submitted to this commission.
Okay. What I'm asking you is,
Yeah.
does your testimony on page 20 indicate that in the last rate case, you had $2.1 million in base rates related to distribution and transmission major and non-major storm expense?
That's what it says.
Okay. And then on page 21 of your testimony, it says that your proposal in this case is to have $1.1 million in base rates for distribution and transmission major and non-major storm expense, correct?
That is what it says.
Directionally, that is less than what you currently have in your rates that you are charging today, which is 2.1 million, correct?
Directionally, that is correct.
Okay. And as opposed to the past, where you had it in base rates and then you sought deferral accounting according to the deferral accounting standard, right? Which is, there's the 4 different categories, and the ASC 980 speaks to specifically what the standard is. It has to be extraordinary, non-recurring.
Right.
Just want to make sure that I'm clear about your testimony on 21, is that your proposal is that you will seek deferral accounting, this is a quote here, starting on 14, you will file an application seeking deferral accounting authority when it, Kentucky Power, had distribution and transmission major and non-major storm project expense that exceeds the $1.1 million baseline. Is that what that says?
That is what it says, yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure I have an appreciation for what, are you all intending to seek deferral accounting? Let me ask it the right way. Okay, so you agree that's what that says? Let's switch to the DRR as a good example.
Okay,
You all got an idea about the DRR if you over and underspend in a particular year, right? You got a proposal in that regard?
yes.
Okay, so if it's set, and I'm just making up numbers here, but if it's set at $1 million one year and you only get the 900,000, you guys are hoping to carry forward that 100,000 into the next year to be able to do 1.1, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I guess my question is if any dollar is over this $1.1 million, is it your all's intention on now saying, because you've lowered the amount to mitigate the rate increase, that every dollar over the 1.1 million should get deferral accounting?
It has to be evaluated as an order of magnitude. And let me give you an example. If we had one major storm in a year, and that major storm costs $1.2 million, it's a judgment call as to whether we would file for a deferral of $100,000. Okay, the difference between 1.2 and 1.1. If I had a $50 million storm, that's a bigger order of magnitude difference between 50 million and 1.1 million. And the reasoning behind it is, this is what's in base rates. So there may be another year where I have $800,000 in major storms, which is less than what I have in base rates. So it balances out, is what I'm saying. So you have to look at it and evaluate it. And it's not that like every dollar that goes over, I'm going to submit something to this commission and ask for $1 of deferral.
So that's the case today.
That is the case today.
So why call it out? Why indicate that you would need I'm going to read the whole sentence here. That you're reducing the level in base rates, correct? So we just talked about.
We just talked about, yes.
Okay. And that, quote, due to the relatively low level of distribution and transmission major and non-major storm project expense proposed to be established at base rates. Going forward, the company would need to file an application seeking deferral accounting authority when it had distribution and transmission major and non-major storm project expense that exceeds the $1.1 million baseline. So I ask,
Yes.
if what you described is what you have today, then why the going forward are you indicating that there is some sort of change regarding your intention in seeking deferral accounting on this?
I don't think we're trying to indicate that there's a change. I think we're just simply stating the fact that, and maybe going forward shouldn't have been in there, and we should have deleted it and said, we're going to stay the same as we have been, if that would have been more clear. It could have been just a poor choice of words.
I think it's a whole
Where-
sentence of poor choice of words because it starts off with, due to the relatively low level of distribution and transmission major expense. Relative to what?
Relative to what we calculated.
Okay. Relative to.
Which was 9.4. Okay?
All right.
And again, this was something that we did as a mitigation for this case, was to not ask for the 9.4 in base rates that was substantiated by the calculation, but to leave it at the lower level.
Okay, so if you continue to incur storm damage expense at the level that you have experienced,
Yes.
you would expect that you would seek deferral accounting for that storm damage expense. That's what that sentence says, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that eventually gets recovered from customers, right?
Yes, once we would request, amortization of that expense in a base case.
Yeah. And so it's not that customers aren't paying that amount, they're just going to pay it at a later time.
Yes.
Okay, great. When you all have regulatory assets, forget securitization for a minute. When you all have regulatory assets, do you all ordinarily, how do you seek to unwind historically? How does Kentucky Power seek to unwind regulatory assets related to storm damage expense?
When you say unwind, do you mean include them in a base case for?
Yeah,
for
attempt to
recovery?
recover them. So you could, the commission has done lots of things over the years. They've given a time value of money component on the actual regulatory asset as a carrying cost before it's being recovered, and then it just gets amortized with no additional return on. The commission did that with Duke, with their big, East Bend facility when they purchased the other half of them. They let them carry the commission let them carry a cost of debt with it, and then the amortization they just amortized it through amortization expense. Sometimes utilities book the regulatory asset, keep it on their books, don't carry a carrying charge on it, and include it in rate base, for instance. I think I may have seen some utilities that don't include it in rate base, they amortize it, but during the amortization period, it does have a carrying charge while it's being amortized. So what I'm asking is, of all the varying options in that regard to effectively, I call it unwind, but recover from customers those regulatory assets, historically, how have you all sought and the commission approved recovery of O&M major storm damage expense? Through regulatory assets, sorry.
Yes, it's my understanding that Kentucky Power has typically created that regulatory asset on the books, and then in the next base case, they've asked to amortize those costs over a period of typically 3 years.
With or without a carrying charge?
Again, it's my understanding that there has been no carrying charge that this commission has granted previously on major storm damage expense for Kentucky Power.
Okay. So I'm sure you're remembering that it's included as amortization expense in its recovery from customers and not included as a component of rate base or capitalization.
I would defer to Witness Whitney on exactly how it is kept on the books.
Do you see Michigan on that, on the screen there?
Yes?
You see that Michigan sets an amount in base rates and then does not allow for deferral accounting?
That's what it says.
Yeah, you see that?
I do see
Okay.
that.
What would be the harm to the company in normalizing the expense, appropriately normalizing an expense like that, and not giving the utility deferral accounting?
I guess it depends on the amount that you're going to normalize. You know, we've had some, you know, like in this calculation, we excluded the flood and we excluded the ice storm. And those are significant expenses. Those would be very difficult for this company to expense if we did not have the ability to request deferral accounting authority from this commission for those major events like that.
Okay, but I'm asking if that's assuming what amount was normalized?
That's right. I mean, if it was a relatively small amount that was normalized, and then I had, you know, let's just use numbers that it's $10 million, and I have a $50 million storm, there's $40 million there that I have to expense, and that's really not palatable for the company. It'd be very difficult for a company of our size to do that and not have a significant financial impact to our metrics.
Okay. Let me ask, earlier you were talking about that internally you all show some discretion in whether to seek deferral accounting given the magnitude of whatever the expense is relative to the amount in base rates. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So if today, from the last rate case, the 2020 rate case, your all's amount was the 2.1 million that you discussed on page 20 there. Okay? Just, and I'm not holding you to this, just so I have an appreciation of what you mean by your internal designation of magnitude. Would a $2.5 million, let's say it's the end of the year, you know for a fact you're not going to have any more. The only major storm you have came on December 30th, and you got all the accounting in on December 31st. It's a, you know, I know my example is a little ridiculous, but that it was a $2.5 million amount. Relative to the $2.1 million amount, do you think that that is of the magnitude that you all would seek deferral accounting?
It's possible. I'd have to look at that in conjunction with all of the other numbers for the company to see where we were at the time and what would that $400,000 do to us.
Okay. How about if the amount in base rates was $1.1 million and the storm expense was $2.5 million?
That would certainly be something that we would seek recovery or rate deferral accounting for.
Yeah. Well, I'll save the rest of my questions for witness Whitney, and I may be asking to call back Mr. West to follow on and ask him the regulatory kind of questions following the answers about what the actual expenses, how they were calculated. So, Ms. Glass?
Yes, thank you. Okay, so I'm gonna start with the chairman's questioning that we had this morning, just because it's front of mind. So,
Okay.
so we were just talking about the, how you presented in your testimony, the company's proposal with respect to storm expense in base rates, but Ms. Whitney did those calculations, is that correct?
Yes.
She provided you that info.
She provided me the information, yes.
And so you rely on Ms. Whitney to provide that information to you, and you included it in your testimony.
That's correct.
Okay. for that reason, could Ms. Whitney provide the commission and the rest of the parties an explanation as to the difference between the numbers of 2.1 million and 1.1 million of non-major and major storm expense that are included in your testimony?
Yes, I believe she can.
Okay, thank you. I have a few more questions. Now I want to go back to yesterday and the testimony that you provided yesterday. I have some redirect on that. Do you recall yesterday about answering questions regarding the settlement in this case?
Yes,
And were you one of the witnesses who submitted testimony supporting the settlement agreement?
yes, I was.
Could you please highlight the major terms of that settlement?
Yes, I'd be happy to. To start with, the non-unanimous uncontested settlement that we have before the commission was an effort in collaboration at the highest level, I believe, with all of the parties to this case and the company. It allows for significant benefits to our most disadvantaged customers. And I'm very happy that we were able to reach a settlement in this case. The settlement provides a lot of value to the company as well as to the company's customers. And, not only is it, reducing the overall increase for this case, but, one thing I'd like to highlight is some of the things that we worked on as part of the settlement, and I believe witness Wiseman had mentioned this yesterday, the increase in the REA surcharge, the company match portion, where the company's going to match 2-for-1 what was proposed in the case. We had proposed to increase the surcharge from 30 cents to 40 cents, but then the company is going to increase its match to 80 cents, should the 40 cents be approved. And that's going to be a significant benefit for some of our most disadvantaged customers, to the tune of like an additional $610,000, and our ability to help approximately an additional 2,000 customers with the Heart and Thaw programs that the REA funds. And there's a number of other things that are going to be collaborative efforts with the joint interveners and any party really who wants to participate. But and we're looking forward to those discussions with them. But other things such as the DRR, we talked about that some yesterday. I think that's going to be a significant benefit for being able to put those programs and projects into service to help the reliability and resiliency of our system, but also support financially the company in between rate cases.
Great, thank you. Would you also agree that the settlement agreement reduces the net increase in the company's retail revenues from about $94 million to about $74 million, or almost a $20 million decrease?
Yes, that is correct.
It lowers also what the return on equity would be applicable to base rates, lower than what the company proposed in its application, correct?
That's correct. Lower than what witness McKenzie had supported in his testimony, and lower than what we had filed in the case, yes.
The company also agreed to forego recovery of almost $15 million in PUE expense that was not recoverable through the fuel adjustment clause. Is that correct?
That's correct. That was another important part of the settlement.
Who were the signatory parties to that settlement?
The signatory parties to the settlement were the company, KIUC, the joint interveners, and Walmart.
Were there also non-opposing parties to the settlement agreement?
Yes, there were two, the Attorney General and SWVA Kentucky signed as not opposing the settlement.
Did any party in this case oppose the settlement agreement?
No, it is, it's non-unanimous, but it's uncontested.
What types of customer interests did the parties in this case represent?
It represented really all of our customers, from industrial to commercial to residential to low-income residential, as supported by the joint interveners.
And you mentioned this a little bit earlier, but why is coming to a settlement with all of these parties significant?
I think it provides clarity and something that we can go forward with. Certainty it provides. The collaboration that we're going to work on with the joint interveners and other parties. It resolves all of the issues in the case. Like in this particular case, that's what it did. It was a settlement that came together well for the benefit of customers as well as the company.
Okay, moving on to the next topic. Do you recall yesterday when you were asked about Kentucky Power strategy or what the Kentucky strategy was, and you were discussing the types of strategy processes employed by Kentucky Power?
Yes.
Would you say there's any one single strategy or single process that Kentucky Power employs in running its business?
No, there's not one single strategy or strategy document. It's really a lot of different documents and processes and collaborations that go on between us and the AEP Service Corps on different strategy for the company.
But would you agree that there is a kind of delineated process or a capital strategy process that AEP and Kentucky Power and its other operating companies employ?
Yes, and we talked about this a little bit yesterday, I think, with respect to capital planning or financial planning. And I had recently thought about something called the Investment Review Committee. And we just, it's the IRC. And we have this Investment Review Committee meeting every year, typically in August. And it's something that all of the operating companies go through, and it basically is an opportunity for each operating company to kind of lay out all of its financial metrics, how it recovers those costs, through riders or base rates, those kind of things, some of the perfunctory stuff. And then it goes into, what does each operating company need in capital, like incremental capital, for various projects in that next year, right? And we make our case. So it's meetings where all of the operating companies meet with operating company leadership. I mean, like myself, Witness Wiseman, and my director of business operations support. That's my financial group, BOS. We would represent Kentucky Power, and the same folks from those other operating companies would represent theirs. And we each go through our presentations and make our pitch, so to speak, for the incremental capital that each one of those operating companies needs in that next coming year.
Did the company include, for example, the DRR in its capital planning presentation presented in the most recent meeting in 2023?
Yes, the DRR projects were included for the 5 years.
What was the outcome of the IRC or the Investment Review Committee with respect to the DRR?
As I recall, the incremental O&M piece that we talked a little bit about yesterday that was included, would be included in the DRR, was approved, but the capital allocation is waiting on a determination, an order from this case with respect to whether the DRR is approved or not.
Okay. Do you also recall getting questions yesterday regarding transmission expenses?
Yes.
Is it your belief and experience that Kentucky Power's participation in a regional transmission organization and incurring those transmission costs from participation are a detriment to customers or are bad for customers?
No, it's not my experience that those are bad. It's my experience that that those expenses provide significant benefits to our customers.
And by expenses providing benefits, you mean the company's participation in the RTO and the cost that it pays in order to have that participation. It's the participation that's beneficial to customers, correct?
That's correct. It's our participation.
So I heard you say there are benefits to Kentucky Power participating in a regional transmission organization. What are some of those benefits?
Well, one that I can think of, and Witness Burkholder can expound on this quite a bit more than me, but one that I can think of is, because of our participation in PJM, and I'm thinking of recently, the Winter Storm Elliott, we had access to the PJM network, right, from our contractual participation in PJM. And because of that, and because we are able to rely on that system, Kentucky Power was able to keep the heat on and the lights on during Winter Storm Elliott. That, I think, was a significant benefit to customers.
Is it your understanding that some utilities in Kentucky weren't able to keep the lights on because they weren't participants in a regional transmission organization like Kentucky Power is, and they had to instead engage in rolling blackouts during Winter Storm Elliott?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Do you also recall receiving questions yesterday along the lines of why other AEP operating companies in other states and their customers matter?
Yes.
So in addition to the answer that you gave yesterday, are there other reasons why those affiliates in other states matter?
Could you ask me that one more time, please?
Yeah, so maybe I need to ask it in a different way. So we were talking about Kentucky Power's participation in the RTO, and it's your understanding that Kentucky Power is also a participant in the AEP zone, and so Kentucky Power and AEP's other affiliates are also members of that AEP zone in PJM, correct?
That's right.
And so because those other affiliates are in the AEP zone with Kentucky Power, can Kentucky Power, for example, act unilaterally with regard to FERC-approved tariffs or cost allocation methodology as part of that participation?
Thank you. That helps. No. That's why we're, the results of the study will help inform that. But, any one operating company can't just unilaterally say, I'm going to change the allocation method, or I think that price is too high, I'm only going to pay a certain amount. Because there are others involved, that was kind of what I was getting into the other day, yesterday, was that, there's other operating companies involved, there's other state commissions involved. It would, there's implications that are broad-ranging, in other words. And I'm sure that there would be things that the courts may have to decide as far as these allocations go.
Let me clarify. I want to make sure I fully understand your response here. Can Kentucky Power file a complaint at FERC regarding rates?
Witness Burkholder could confirm that. I believe that they could, but
You just
I'm not
answered,
sure.
I just, that's why I'm trying to figure out what it is you're saying, no, that they can't act unilaterally as to regarding the charges they receive.
I guess what I'm saying is Kentucky Power gets a bill for $5, and we say, that's too much. I think $3 is more fair. That's what I'm saying unilaterally. We can't just say, hey, PJM, I'm only going to give you $3 because I think that's what's fair. We'd be unilaterally saying, we don't agree with this, here's your $3.
But what you're describing is retroactive rate making. I think we're pretty clear here that retroactive rate making is illegal. I'm asking, is it your opinion or understanding that Kentucky Power is unable to file a complaint at FERC to change rates prospectively?
I believe that they can, and Witness Burkholder could confirm that.
Yeah, and the reason I'm asking you is because Mr. Burkholder does not work for Kentucky Power, correct?
Well, let me clarify that. Mr. Burkholder works for the Service Corps. I work for Kentucky Power. We are one team. I want this commission to understand that it's not us against them, okay? I don't care who is paying them. They do services for Kentucky Power. They do services at the direction of Kentucky Power. They also do that for every other company that you had listed up there. They serve the operating companies. So we need to get past this us and them thing. It's not us and them, it's a team. We all work together
Mr.
to
West.
serve the customers.
Mr. West. The pie that we talked about the other day, do you remember that? That Ms. Wiseman and I talked about the pie and how it's cut?
I vaguely remember a pie, yes.
Yeah, revenue requirement is a zero-sum situation. Would you agree? Somebody has to pay a revenue requirement.
Yes.
Okay. And I just want to make sure I have an appreciation for who's advocating for Kentucky Power's customers when it comes to who pays the piece of the pie in terms of the transmission revenue requirement. Who is advocating for Kentucky Power's slice of the pie to be as small as possible?
I would say that it is AEP and Kentucky Power. It is not one or the other, it's a team effort.
Do you know approximately how much AEP pays of AEP East transmission revenue requirement?
I do not off the top of my head.
Well, off the top of your head, yesterday you knew about Mr. Burkholder's response to 6-8. You've seen that document?
I've seen that, yes.
And would you agree that that document indicates what Kentucky or what AEP's 1CP allocation of the AEP East transmission revenue requirement is?
I'm not sure exactly what it represents. I remember seeing the document, but I just don't recall exactly what the numbers were representing, sir.
Okay. So I just want to make sure, since you want us all to be clear, I want to make sure I have an appreciation. Given the testimony you've had this morning, am I to understand that you all would not file unilaterally a complaint at FERC regarding the rates if Kentucky Power thought they were unjust and unreasonable?
I can't make that call sitting here today. That would again be something that would be a collaborative discussion that would have to be between Kentucky Power and all of the other operating companies and the Service Corps.
If it's a discussion amongst all of the other ones, then that by definition, that's not a unilateral action. Would you agree?
That's true. It's not a unilateral action.
Okay. I'll save the rest of my questions for a minute in this class, please.
So, Mr. West, is it correct that you're speaking at a high level on these issues here, right?
That's right.
Who can answer more in-depth questions about these topics? Who are the experts that can answer these questions about PJM generation-related issues and PJM transmission-related issues?
On the transmission side, I would go back to Witness Burkholder, and on the generation side, I would go to Witness Vaughn.
Thank you. And can Mr. Ollie also answer questions about transmission?
Yes, from a planning perspective.
Those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Any questions? In the last rate case, I asked you if you had a chance to review the 2017 orders, the orders from the 2017 rate case in preparation for the 2020 rate case. And I think at the time you said you scanned them, of course, so that you would know what to do in that case.
Yeah.
Do you remember, just remember the situation that, in that 2017 rate case, that the commission approved Kentucky Power's request in the settlement agreement to track the incremental 80% difference in PJM LSE owed expenses? That
Yes.
was the, okay.
Yes.
And the commission approved that, right?
As part of that settlement agreement, yes.
So I'm going to read you a part of the order in that case. This is the January 18 order in 2017-179. Let me know if it sounds familiar.
Okay.
In conjunction with approving the PJM OAT LSE tracker, the commission finds that the 3-year stay-out provision in the settlement is reasonable and should be accepted. In approving the tracker, the commission addresses Kentucky Power's primary concern, raised in the last rate case and in this case, that an increase in major expenses not directly under Kentucky Power's control would result in more frequent rate cases. Regarding proposed transmission projects at PJM, the commission expects Kentucky Power to work through the PJM stakeholder process to protect its customers' interests. Does Kentucky Power, I asked Ms. Wiseman this the other day, are you aware of anybody at Kentucky Power that has experience or expertise to independently judge the reasonableness of transmission projects?
Witness Burkholder could answer that question.
I'm sure
I-
Mr. Burkholder can tell me
Well-
what he knows, but I'm asking, do you know anybody at Kentucky Power that would have that experience or expertise?
Not on Kentucky Power's payroll. I
you-
would go to some expert such as Mr. Burkholder.
Do you know whether there is anybody at Kentucky Power to work through the PJM stakeholder process to protect to protect its customers' interests regarding transmission projects?
I do not, but that's what that's part of the service core model that benefits customers at Kentucky Power. The economies of scale of being able to have access to the experts that we have when we need them.
Okay. And you've read, I assume in your position, a number of all of the commission's orders regarding Kentucky Power for the last 3 years, 4 years.
I'm not sure I'd go that far to say all of them, but I've read a great number of them, yes.
At any point since you've been reading these orders and since you've been at Kentucky Power, have you ever read that the commission believes that AEP is adequately representing Kentucky Power's interest in transmission issues at PJM? Can you remember a time where the commission has said or alluded to in your reading of the orders that, yeah, that's okay that Kentucky Power is not advocating, that AEP is doing this on Kentucky Power's behalf?
I don't recall reading that, no.
Do you recall reading effectively the opposite? That the commission had concerns that using AEP in these issues and not being directly represented by somebody at Kentucky Power is maybe contrary to Kentucky Power's interest. Do you remember reading that maybe in any orders?
I am familiar with something like that, yes.
Okay. And in the, you discussed, I think in your testimony, you discussed it today, this item of the study that's being done regarding transmission, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in the 2020 rate case, the commission found that the vast amount of PJM LSE OT expenses that Kentucky Power incurs are not largely outside of the utility's control. Would you agree?
I agree that's what it said, yes.
Okay. And that 90% of those expenses originate with entities who share a CEO and CFO with Kentucky Power. You remember that?
I remember that, that's what it said.
Okay. And that the order also said that the record shows, quote, quite clearly, that the only persons whom Kentucky Power depends on for the transmission expertise or regulatory assistance have inherent conflicts, in that they perform the same offerings to the Kentucky Power affiliates that are maximizing their profits as a result of the current scheme. Does that sound familiar?
It sounds familiar.
Okay. And how about the quote, PJM LSE OAT costs are not unavoidable for Kentucky Power, but by failing to address them in any reasonable manner, Kentucky Power has by design made them unavoidable for customers. Does that sound familiar?
It sounds familiar.
Okay. The commission went on and gave Kentucky Power the ability to track 100% of their incremental LSE OAT expense for 3 years. Would you agree?
Yes.
Would you also agree that the commission granted the proposal while, quote, putting the utility on notice that it must address the burden these increasing expenses will represent to its dwindling customer base? It goes on to say, failure by Kentucky Power to take immediate steps to materially address this issue will force the commission, whether it's through its statutory authority at the retail level or its advocacy at the wholesale level, to address these concerns itself. Is that the language that specifically you all are doing the study to address?
Yes, predominantly.
Okay. How is starting a study in mid-year 2023, quote, immediately taking immediate steps to materially address this issue, when this issue was in a January 13, 2021 order?
Well, if you'll recall, later on in 2021, the strategic review of Kentucky Power was announced. And that process lasted almost 2 years. In that process, and I believe in that order, in that case that was issued in May of 22, I believe, was also a provision about doing a study. And had that deal happened, it would have been Liberty Algonquin that would have worked on that study. So there were other things that were transpiring during that time. It's not that we didn't make other steps. I believe this commission is aware that, you know, we are not putting capital into the Kentucky Transco, and it's going into Kentucky Power. That's one of the actions after that case. And I believe we reaffirmed that recently or earlier this year with the commission. We also have tariffs such as the DRS tariff or CSIRP tariff, where should we be able to have customers signed up on those, we can reduce our peaks, and that would help reduce costs to customers. That's the
You
whole
would need
point of
current
those.
customers to sign up for those tariffs, correct?
Yeah, or new customers.
Well, if new customers sign up for it, that doesn't reduce your peak. That just, as long as they don't operate, just takes your peak back to what it was prior to them joining. Would you agree?
Yes, but won't all customers help, whether they're new or existing,
Yeah,
at some
but
point?
That's not the answer to the issue here regarding your allocation of transmission expense. That would not change your allocation of transmission expense. Do you agree? If you're being allocated
Would not.
5% on a 12 CP, and you add load every day except for the days that 12 CP is allocated, all else being equal, regardless of that incremental load in the other 353 days, your allocation is still going to be 5%, right?
Mr. Chairman, I think witness Burkholder can answer that better than I can.
Okay. Are you aware of whether or not the commission regulates AEP?
I am not aware that they regulate AEP, that they regulate Kentucky Power.
Are you aware of whether the commission would have regulated Liberty or Algonquin?
Had they purchased Kentucky Power, then I think they would have still been regulating Kentucky Power,
Okay, so it's
just
Kentucky,
owned by Liberty.
yeah, but it's Kentucky Power that is the utility in Kentucky, correct?
Yes,
And the obligation to take immediate steps to materially address the issue identified in the 2020 rate case order is an obligation on Kentucky Power, correct?
it's an obligation on Kentucky Power, but AEP also, like I said, we don't do something in isolation. We're all part of the same team.
So it seems, when the transfer case came along, that case is fundamentally a request for AEP to sell a regulated utility to another entity, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Kentucky Power wasn't even necessarily asking for anything in that case, right? AEP was. AEP was seeking to sell a utility,
That's my understanding.
and Liberty was seeking to buy it.
Again, my understanding, yes.
So we're clear here. The immediate steps were the tariffs you already had, the sale of Kentucky Power, and subsequently the study that was initiated middle of this year. Is that right?
Also, the transferring the budget to Kentucky Power, did you say that one first?
I did not. I did not.
So that one would be on there too.
Okay. So, not to be too, I think maybe pedantic might be the wrong word, but there was there was a transmission order issued in late 2020 regarding AEP Kentucky Transco. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I don't remember which project that was, but
Yeah, it's
I,
case number 2020-62.
62.
And I think that the commission basically said in that order and in the rehearing order in that case, stop transferring your transmission over to Kentucky Transco.
Yes, I remember that.
Okay, and that if you ever wanted to do that, you would have to seek prior commission approval. Do you remember that?
Yes,
Would you agree that that initial order, if it was just a fact, that if it was issued in late 2020, that that initial order was issued prior to the rate case order here?
yes, it would have been prior to that.
And just so that, round this out, you all don't have anybody at PJM employed exclusively by Kentucky Power advocating for Kentucky Power in regards to transmission, either on an absolute basis or at PJM. Is that right?
That's my understanding,
Okay,
yes.
Great. So we've got now a few cases that discuss very clearly the commission's concern in this regard.
Yes.
What is it going to take for the utility to actually do that?
Actually do what?
Well, actually advocate for itself.
I think that's part of the, it might be part of the study. I'm not familiar with all aspects of it. I'm uncertain.
Okay. So the commission ordered you all to take steps, ordered you to take steps. And you all finally did the study, right?
We've initiated the study, yes.
Yeah. And would you all have initiated that study without the commission ordering you to do so?
I'm uncertain whether we would have or not,
Yeah.
sir.
So in 2017, the commission ordered you all to, quote, work through the PJM stakeholder process to protect its customers, Kentucky Power to. You all haven't done that, correct?
Witness Burkholder may know whether that has happened or not. I'm not certain.
Okay. But I guess the question I asked you earlier, if that was the case, you don't know who from Kentucky Power is doing that. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
So in that other 2020 174 order, that's the last rate case, on the exact same issue, the commission stated in its order that, quote, this is on page 63 of the order, to the extent Kentucky Power requires capital necessary to invest in its transmission system so the utility can maintain adequate service required by Kentucky law, the commission expects that AEP will continue to provide sufficient capital to Kentucky Power. With the rates approved in this matter, we know AEP will ensure that Kentucky Power will have the capital made available to it in order to complete the entirety of its necessary transmission investments in order to enable the utility to provide safe, adequate, and reasonable service to its customers, rather than continuing the apparent practice discussed in the pendency of this matter of allocating, by default, a portion of Kentucky Power's transmission needs to a non-regulated affiliate. So the commission was already talking about expecting that AEP would put the money in the operating company as opposed to the Transco in that order. Would you agree?
That's what it sounds like, yes.
Given the statements here, do you disagree at all? Do you disagree of whether or not... Strike that. Is AEP providing sufficient capital to Kentucky Power?
Yes,
Okay.
and we're providing safe and reliable service to our customers.
Okay. Can you explain to me how you would describe the incremental capital that you believe you'll be allocated with the DRR that you might not without the DRR? Let me ask it this way. Let me strike that. Do you believe that you would be allocated, that Kentucky Power would be allocated sufficient capital to invest in its distribution system without the DRR?
With respect to the programs that are part of base rates, as I had stated yesterday, those programs support the company's system. They make improvements to the company's system. They make repairs, things like that. But we're trying with the DRR to make more significant advances in reliability benefits and resiliency benefits for our customers. And to do that, we need the incremental capital. As I said earlier on some of the redirect questions, the DRR budget was included in that IRC presentation, the Investment Review Committee presentation. And the incremental capital for it is dependent upon the DRR.
Yeah. I thought it was a simple question. Do you believe that AEP today, without the DRR, is providing you sufficient capital to meet your statutorily required level of service?
I believe they are, yes,
Okay.
but that's,
So-
the additional is to benefit our customers with better reliability.
So that's what I'm just trying to get to. That you think I just characterize it this way, that you guys are already providing and have enough allocation to capital to provide adequate, efficient, reasonable service, and the point of the additional capital through the DRR is to provide incrementally more reliable, adequate, efficient, and reasonable service. Is that right?
Yes,
So you feel like you've already met the floor. This is to improve. Is that right?
we're providing safe and reliable service. It's just that you can always make improvements. And these are the improvements that will get us the biggest bang for the buck in reliability and resiliency benefits for our customers.
And if I wanted to ask, forget Mr. Burkholder for a second. I understand his title is and experiences on transmission and PJM. Get that. But if I want to ask, is there anybody other than you that could tell me whether the cost of service in this case includes a Kentucky Power employee that can carry out the functions that the commission stated in that 2017 case of working through the stakeholder process at PJM to protect Kentucky Power and its customers? Who is there anybody else that I can ask that question to? Is there a person on salary in the cost of service that's there to do that?
I'm not aware of anyone that is on salary at Kentucky Power who can do that. They are part of the service corps who works for the operating companies,
Okay.
as I explained earlier.
Okay. But I guess my question is, I know you said you weren't, that's fine. Is there anybody else of the 23 remaining witnesses that might know that there's somebody in your all's cost of service that works at Kentucky Power, might know even if you don't, whether that person is employed by Kentucky Power?
It's possible that witness Vaughn or witness Burkholder may know
Okay.
of those efforts by a Kentucky Power employee that I'm not aware of.
Great. All right. Thank you, Mr. West. Ms. Fox?
Just a couple. Mr. West, you are the Vice President of Regulatory and Finance for Kentucky Power, correct?
Yes,
You're employed by Kentucky Power, right?
yes,
Is it your opinion that AEP and AEPSC are effectively representing Kentucky Power's interests?
yes. They are effectively representing the interests of Kentucky Power.
And specifically, would you also agree that AEP and AEPSC is effectively representing Kentucky Power's interests at PJM?
Yes.
Thank you. Those are all the questions I have.
Sorry. The thank you, I didn't know if it was a line or.
It's a thank
if-
you to everyone.
Thank you to everybody. Thank you, Mr. West. That's a thank you. This is just to you, Mr. West. Thank you for that. I would ask that you stick around so that if I have follow-up questions after asking questions of Mr. Burkholder and witness Whitney.
Certainly.
Thank you. All right, we're at a good stopping place for our morning break. It's my understanding, council, that you all will call witnesses Fetter, Schultz, and Wolfram in that order when we come back.
Yes.
And Fetter, Schlatt, I'm sorry, I wrote Schlatt and Wolfram. That will be Mr. Garcia, Mr. Gish, and back to you, Ms. Glass, is that right?
I believe so.
All right,
We
you
will
all, I guess what I'm trying to say.
We'll be rotating.
The attorneys are staying with the witness,
Correct.
regardless of the, good. Okay, all right, we will take a 15-minute recess.
Are we on the record?
We're back, we will be in a second. Hold on one second. Okay, we're back on the record. Mr. Kurtz?
Chairman, when I said Mr. Collin is available for the duration, I meant this week. Next week, he's testifying for the Georgia staff in their investigation in the plant Vogel's Prudence.
Yeah.
He is expected to be there, so.
Saw his joint testimony the other day, so that'll be fine.
Thank you.
I don't, like I said yesterday, I think we're doing something wrong if we're here next week. So,
Thank
okay. All right, and before Mr. Garcia calls the next witness, I do have a post-hearing data request that I was gonna I just want to say out loud, and we'll get it in written form, of course, Ms. Glass. But I would like to get the documentation that's provided to the investment review, that Kentucky Power provided the investment review, and then the documentation received in response to it, or any of the other presentations. We'll ask that in a formal post-hearing data request, but I just want to mention it so that in case there are other people listening that, I don't know, start working on that kind of thing.
Okay, thank you.
But last couple of years of what Kentucky Power is providing and what the other folks are providing to that, it seems like the closest thing we're going to get to some strategic type document. So, all right. Mr. Garcia, would you like to call your next witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. The company called Stephen Fetter.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
All right, please have a seat and state your name and business address for the record.
My name is Stephen M. Fetter. My business address is 1240 West Sims Way, Port Townsend, Washington, 98368.
Mr. Garcia?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Fetter, for this case, did you prepare, or under your supervision, it was prepared, direct and rebuttal testimony that was submitted on the record?
Yes, I did.
And if I were to ask you the same questions today, would your answers be substantially the same?
Yes,
Do you have any corrections to your testimony?
not at this time.
Your Honor, the witness is tended for cross-examination.
Counsel?
No questions.
Question?
No.
Commissioner?
No, I don't.
In conducting your testimony, did you speak to members of the investment community regarding the Kentucky Public Service Commission?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the end of that question.
In conducting your testimony, or ahead of your testimony, did you have discussions with anyone in the investment community about their perception of the Kentucky Public Service Commission?
No, I did not.
How about at the rating agencies?
Did I talk to someone at the rating agency? No, I did not.
Okay. How about how about folks at the utility, about their perspective of the regulation of the Kentucky Public Service Commission?
No, my interaction with the company was just to get the information I would need, like credit rating reports and the like.
Okay. So, is it safe to characterize your testimony as effectively being, trying to translate what the investment community is saying about the utility and the commission's regulation?
It would be that coupled with using my past experience at the Michigan Commission and at Fitch Ratings to offer the views I've put forward in my testimony.
Okay. Have you ever heard it's said different ways, but that a commission order speaks for itself?
I've heard that.
Okay. Have you ever heard the saying, and I don't know that it's necessarily true, people say that numbers don't lie, they are what they are?
I think I've heard that, and I've
Okay.
heard people say the opposite too.
Do rating agencies ordinarily explain their perspective on securities and on companies?
They publish their reports, and that's, just as you speak through your orders, a rating agency speaks through its public disseminations.
Okay. So when somebody says that that they're changing a company's outlook or downgrading or upgrading their particular rating, they adequately, in your opinion, explain their decision making?
They certainly attempt to do so.
And do you think that's the best measure of what they actually believe, what they actually say?
What they publish represents their view at the time of the publication. Certainly, as activities go on at this commission or any other commission, a credit profile for a utility may strengthen or weaken during that interim period, but not to the point where the rating agency might take an action, and which would be disseminated through a public announcement.
And that's what I was going to follow up with. They rating agencies periodically, as a rule, review those previous determinations. Correct?
Yes, including at times they will review it and decide not to make any public pronouncement.
Right. I guess but they have it may be for different entities, it may be 1 year, 2 year, 3 years, but there is a periodic review that is conducted. And then separately, wouldn't you agree that those agencies have the discretion to, based on material changes, review those in the interim to determine whether changes need to occur?
Yes, at each agency, including when I headed the utility practice at Fitch, we would have 1 or 2 individuals assigned to a particular credit at a utility, and that individual would track the credit on an ongoing basis, and at times would come to me and say they'd like to hold a credit rating committee, and then we would bring together experienced analysts to listen to the presentation and make a determination whether any action would be appropriate.
Would you agree that Moody's, S&P, and Fitch are the 3 major rating agencies?
They are.
Okay. And you cite to a number of reports conducted by those agencies. Would you agree?
I do.
Okay. And was it your intention, well, let me check that. Are those public reports?
The ones that I cite to are public reports. Sometimes you need a subscription to get those reports, but certainly, I'm not sure if I provided work papers in this proceeding, but the things I cite to would be in my work papers if that was required in this jurisdiction.
They didn't always provide them in ask forms sometimes.
So we're going to ask as a post-hearing data request, just so there's no confusion about what the evidentiary record includes. All of the reports that you footnote and cite to, the actual report filed into the record.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Garcia, any redirect, Mr. Fetter?
Not at this point, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Fetter.
Thank you.
I'll wait till we get to Mr. Gish, would you like to call your next witness?
Your Honor, can Mr. Fetter be excused?
Let's get through these 3, and then we'll take up all 3 of them at the same time. How about
I
that?
appreciate it, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Gish,
Yeah, the company calls Eugene Schlatt's.
please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Please have a seat.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Schlatt's.
Good morning.
Did you cause rebuttal testimony to be filed in this case?
I did.
Did you have any corrections to that testimony?
Yes, I have 4 corrections.
Can you identify the first with the
Yes.
page and line number, please?
Yes, the first page referred to as R12, line 13. The word minutes should be changed to interruptions.
Can you explain the second correction, please?
Yes, page labeled R13, line 18. The word restoration should be changed to reconfiguration.
The third correction?
The page labeled R14, line 3, removing the words on circuits rated 34.5 kV. Those words should be removed.
And the final correction?
Yes. On the page labeled R15, on lines 20 through 21, remove the words under the DRR, but retaining footnote 13.
And Mr. Slatz, if I were to ask you the same questions that are in your rebuttal testimony with the corrections you just discussed, would you give the same responses?
Yes, I would.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, the witness is available for cross-examination.
Ms. Tessie?
No questions.
I do have some questions, Mr.
Yes,
Schlatt.
please.
Good morning. Ms.
morning.
Tessie, I just sent you an email. Do you mind to pull that document up that I sent you? Are you generally aware that American Electric Power attempted to sell Kentucky Power to Liberty Utilities in the last couple of years?
I'm aware of that.
Okay. Have you reviewed any of the documents relating to that case?
Yes, I read the commission order.
Okay, that's great, because this is the commission order that's now up on the screen. And the reason I ask you this, because it seems like your testimony, or the introduction of your testimony, was specifically premised on a couple of questions, or some questions that were asked in discovery. And what I wanted to make sure of is whether or not you were aware of the commission's previous decisions and findings regarding Kentucky Power's distribution system.
Generally, I was.
Okay, great. So if I could ask to go to page 51 of that order. And it's not an incredibly long order. Well, not as long as some of the others we're doing these days. The bottom of 51, there's a paragraph that starts, "the substantial evidence of record." Do you see that on the screen?
I do.
Okay, so I'm going to read it, and will you let me know? I'm just going to ask you if I read that correctly, okay? So at the bottom of 51, it starts, "The substantial evidence of record also reflects that AEP underinvested in Kentucky Power's distribution system. Liberty's own due diligence discussed that Kentucky Power's distribution system investment was beneath industry standards. For decades, AEP made the business decision to invest capital in other jurisdictions in which it could obtain a higher return, to the detriment of providing adequate, efficient, and reasonable service. In 1995, I'm sorry, this is on to the next page. Takes a little bit of time, Mr. Slides, I'm sorry.
Sure.
In 1995, AEP and Kentucky Power appeared before a grand jury to address outages that AEP and Kentucky Power admitted were due to aging equipment. The Commission has closely monitored AEP and Kentucky Power's distribution system since 1996. Due to that close monitoring, AEP and Kentucky Power invested significant capital. However, when service quality and reliability remained an issue, the Commission, in 2002, on its own motion, initiated a management audit, with the management audit report issued in March 2003. After significant weather-related outages in 2009, the Commission initiated a review that culminated in the Ike and Ice report. In the Ike and Ice report, recommendations included upgrading to heavy loading standards, particularly in areas or circuits that suffer repeated weather-related outages, and to hardening the system, especially circuits serving critical infrastructure. The Ike and Ice report placed Kentucky Power on notice that additional investment would be needed in order to improve system reliability. However, the significant damage and outages that Kentucky Power's customers have experienced from subsequent storms shows that meaningful levels of additional and changed investment did not occur. AEP's choices in this regard have a meaningful impact on customers. Most recently, the $45.561 million regulatory asset for distribution repairs after weather events resulted in distribution system distribution system outages is a direct result of Kentucky Power and AEP's choices regarding distribution investment. Did I read that correctly?
I believe you did.
So I'm going to go back up, if we could, Ms. Tussey, to page 51. Footnote 159 references a joint applicant's response to KIUC's first request, item 76. Did you have an opportunity to review that underlying document?
Could you cite that one again, please?
Yeah. Footnote 159 references joint applicant's response to KIUC's first request, item 76, in case number 2021-481, which would be a Liberty due diligence document.
Right.
Did you have an opportunity to review that as part of your job here?
I don't believe I reviewed that document at all.
On page 52, footnote 160, is a final report focused management audit of the hazard service area of American Electric Power, filed March 24, 2003 at page 5. Did you have an opportunity to review that document?
No, I did not.
At the bottom of 52 is footnote 164, which is a 2021 application by Kentucky Power for a deferral accounting related to recent major storm damage expense. Did you have an opportunity to review the record of that proceeding?
No, I did not.
In reading this order, did you come to a different conclusion than the commission?
I did not come to a different conclusion until I completed a separate analysis on our own, an independent analysis, comparing Kentucky Power's investments as well as maintenance spending to a peer group of utilities. It was at that point I came to a different conclusion from what I read generally in this order.
Okay. You used different evidence than the commission depended on in this order, would you agree?
Oh, I'm not sure I could claim that I'm using different evidence. I would
Okay.
say, though, that,
Let me withdraw the question, ask it
Please.
more directly.
yes,
Did you review, based on the questions I just asked you, the evidence that the commission cited in making its determinations in this regard?
no, I only read the contents of the order.
So by definition, you use different evidence than the commission used in coming to its conclusion,
It's
correct?
quite possible.
Okay. Have you done similar studies in other jurisdictions with adequate peer groups?
I have, yes. We've conducted benchmarking analyses and reliability analysis, costing analyses, which are comparable to the analysis we've done here.
Great. And some of those are in the CV that you attached to your rebuttal testimony, is that right?
They are.
Okay. Do you always use the same, in other benchmarking analyses regarding distribution systems, do you always use the same measurements? Do you always use the same, benchmark categories?
Oh, yes, certainly with regard to reliability, the industry's accepted standard is to apply the IEEE indices in terms of KD, SAFE, and SAIDI. So those are commonly used, and we use them regularly as well.
Okay. You're generally aware of SAIDI, SAFE, KD,
Yes, I am.
with and without major event days?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going from memory here, but major event days is a designation by IEEE, is that right?
Well, it's not so much a designation as it's a methodology to be able to calculate what constitutes a major event day, or MED.
Okay, what is that, what is an MED?
A major event day is essentially a period during which the number of interruptions and the duration of the interruptions exceed what a statistical average of what might be deemed to be normal events. In other words, they constitute or they represent abnormally high days during which events, whether it be weather-related, causes a level of interruptions based on a statistical analysis of the performance of the system during those major event days or during major storms, which are above and beyond those which are deemed to be more representative during normal weather events or normal weather days.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you the statistical analysis question, so I don't have to ask them separately to Mr. Wolfram here in a minute.
Yes.
What is, in terms of those distribution of event days, what is the distribution that ordinarily designates one event day as a MED?
Okay, it's
Is
based
it,
on,
let me ask, is it as a single standard deviation away from the remainder of the observations?
well, that's relatively close. The TMED or 2.5 beta method as prescribed by the IEEE 1366 standard is based on a logarithmic function, which takes a look at all the interruptions over the period of time, and from there, via that logarithmic function, determines which of those days are deemed to be major event days. And so all the interruptions, immense of interruptions within those days are deemed to be an MED or major event day event.
Are major event days relative to the distribution of that utility's other days, or all utilities observed data?
Well, just the resident utility, meaning
Right.
Kentucky Power.
Right. What role should major event days play in driving utilities' investment decisions or planning decisions?
Well, it certainly is an important factor. The company needs a design system for both normal and major weather events. And so they both have a role, in terms of how you might break that on a percentage basis. That's a bit subjective, but they both play a role in terms of decision-making with regard to system investments.
Okay. And Kentucky Power's SAIDI measurements 10-year average without MEDs is the second highest of the utilities you reviewed in the peer group?
I believe that's correct.
And SAIDI with MEDs is in the, I don't think this is a quartile you want to be in, so I want to say this weird, but I guess technically the top quartile, is that right? Or
No.
bottom quartile if we're saying SAIDI is a bad thing.
Well, we didn't really compare on a quartile basis. What we did was we compared the indices versus 20 other utilities. So I'm not sure I
Let
would,
me withdraw the question.
Please.
It's fourth out of 20. Would you agree?
I believe that's correct.
Fourth highest out of 20. Okay,
Yes.
great. However, the CapEx, which is a much smaller group of peers, correct? When you
It is.
compare CapEx, it's fourth out of 9. Is that right?
I believe that's correct.
And that's, I'm sorry, that's for normalized by total distribution plant balances.
Correct.
And then your figure 8, the 15-year average CapEx normalized by miles of distribution is again 4 out of 9. Is that correct?
Correct.
Are you aware of the territory of Duke Energy, Kentucky?
Not really. I know their location, but I can't say I'm intimately familiar with their service territory.
Yeah, and
Characteristics.
you don't necessarily need to be, except I'm trying to have an appreciation for your peer group for capital investment as it relates to figures 7 and 8.
Yes.
How did you choose those 9 utilities or 8 other utilities?
We wanted to ensure there was a fair degree of comparability. And what I mean by comparability one of the primary drivers is tree coverage. And we felt that was quite important because of the fairly significant percentage of interruptions which are caused by trees. So tree coverage was a primary factor. Other key factors was topography. In other words, are these utilities located in areas which are, have significant number of hills and perhaps mountainous terrain as well? Then another factor we considered was size of the utility. Are they a multi-million number of customer utilities? So we tried to restrain that to utilities which had fewer than 500,000 customers. And we also sought to distinguish between utilities which served urban areas or which were predominantly rural, which I believe Kentucky Power is.
Okay. So why does the customer count matter?
Well, it's probably a lesser factor than, or lesser contributing factor than, say, the tree coverage, but we felt that was, the larger utilities tend to serve urban areas, so those with larger number of customers, we found essentially a correlation between serving urban areas, areas which tend to be less treed, if you will. So that was the primary reason for limiting the number of customers.
Then why not use customer density as that determining factor? If one utility has 500,000 customers over 1 million square miles, and another has 3 times as many customers over 3 times the size,
Right.
those are, all else equal, fairly comparable in terms of customer density. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, but in the states that we chose to be comparable in terms of tree coverage, I don't believe we identified utilities, of the larger utilities, which did not serve the urban areas, so that was a primary reason why we excluded them. But your premise is correct, if indeed that was the case.
So are you aware of companies called Appalachian Power Company,
I'm aware of it, yes.
Wheeling Power Company?
I'm aware of them, yes.
Do you think that they serve areas generally comparable to Kentucky Power?
It would be conjecture on my part, but I'm not sure one way or another, but I suspect that Wheeling Power, given where it is in Virginia, may have parts of the system which are comparable to Kentucky Power, but again, I can't independently confirm it.
Well, how about Appalachian Power?
Same answer.
Western Virginia and West Virginia?
Same answer. I just haven't been to their service territory, so I can't personally attest to the.
Okay, so great,
comparability.
that's fine. Do you know what Mon Power is, commonly referred to Mon Power, Monongahela Power?
Monongahela, yes.
Yeah, they have a similar, they serve a similar territory as Wheeling Power, wouldn't you agree?
I can't attest to that, so.
They're in the same state as West Virginia,
They're in
would
the
you
same
agree?
state.
Have you been to West Virginia?
Only briefly.
And you only went to Mon Power service territory?
I don't believe I've been in their service territory, so I couldn't attest to the system
So
characteristics.
I guess I'm confused then what having visited the territory has to do anything with whether something gets included or not included in a reasonable peer group.
Well, there are other attributes at play here. Again, West Virginia is a heavily treed state more generally. Typically, I believe there is over 75% forested area within West Virginia, so even though I haven't visited West Virginia, that was pretty compelling. The same was true with the other states that we chose in terms of selecting our peer group, so it was our belief that we didn't necessarily have to have boots on the ground, if you will, to be able to choose those utilities as appropriate and candidate utilities for the
Okay.
peer group.
So if that was the case, that's acceptable in determining to choose Mon Power, why wouldn't that have also been the case for choosing Wheeling or Appalachian Power?
That's correct.
That it just as easily could have been applied for those two utilities, would you agree?
Yes, I would agree with that.
Okay. Would you agree that a portion of the order that I read off earlier, that you agreed I read it correctly, that a portion of the commission's previous order discussed putting capital in other states as opposed to Kentucky?
I'm aware of that those discussions.
Okay, that reference in the order. Yeah, so why wouldn't it have been a reasonable study for you to actually look at whether that was the case?
I'm not sure what study you're referring to or what type of analyses.
Okay, you are comparing
Yes.
the investment in Kentucky Power in the distribution system to other utilities, none of which are AEP affiliates. Would you agree?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
If the contention, let's just take it at face value, if the previous contention and finding of the commission was that Kentucky Power was having less investment in the distribution system than necessary, and instead that investment was being made in other states, why then not include those other utilities that seem to fit your fairly, seem to be fairly consistent with the rest of your peer group? Why not include those in these comparisons?
Well, I would simply say that the ones we chose were based on a thorough and hierarchical analysis where we looked at 61 utilities in these 5 states, applied criteria consistently to screen out utilities which we believe were not comparable to Kentucky Power, leaving us with 20 utilities plus Kentucky Power as being the appropriate choices. So it's not a matter of looking elsewhere and saying, well, they may have been better choices. We made the decision that these 5 states were most comparable to Kentucky Power service territory, and at that point went through our process of our peer group selection based on criteria that we applied consistently. So I'm not sure the applicability of your premise that we should have been looking elsewhere.
Okay. You stated earlier that after doing your study, you disagreed with the commission's order and the commission's finding. Is that correct?
Disagreed is a strong word. I would simply say that we came up with findings which did not support some of the statements that were presented in this order.
The commission, specifically in this order, discusses the allocation of capital in other states as opposed to Kentucky Power. Would you agree?
I'm not sure I can opine on that because I focus on,
You didn't read that in the order?
I read the order, but it was pretty lengthy and I went through it once, but I focus on issues related to level of investment. I focus on issues related to performance and reliability, so, that,
Now, hold on a second, Mr. Slatz.
please.
We just looked at figure 7 and 8.
yes,
You specifically looked at the investment in those utilities, did you not?
I did.
Okay, so that's what I'm trying to make clear about what you looked at and what you did not look at. So you looked at the investment in Kentucky Power as compared to other utilities, correct?
That's correct.
None of those utilities are AEP affiliates, correct?
That's correct.
The commission's order in 2021, I should have it memorized, I'm sorry, 2021-00481 did not take the contention that it was underinvested in compared to those 8 utilities you looked at, but rather that capital was being allocated for investments in other AEP affiliates instead of Kentucky Power. Would you agree?
I'll accept your statement.
I mean, that's how, did you read it that way as well?
In all honesty, the relevance of whether they are AEP companies or others really was not a factor in terms of my review of the order.
Not only wasn't a factor, you didn't look at it at all. Is that correct?
When you say you didn't look at it, it refers to what now, please?
You didn't look at the level of investment in Kentucky Power relative to Wheeling and APCO, for instance.
No, because APCO was not among the peer group utilities that we had considered. They could have been, but we identified 61, which we thought were most comparable, and from there, the selection process where we whittled it down to 21 peer group utilities, but there was no effort necessarily to exclude any other utilities. We made our choices based on what we felt was a most comparable group.
You made a qualitative determination as to what is a peer. Is that correct?
No, I would disagree with the description of qualitative. It really was quantitative in that we identified states which had 75% forested area, if you will, and as well as utilities which typically were below 500,000 customers, and then we had a supplemental analysis for tree coverage, which was based on the U.S. Department of Agriculture study, which we felt was a bit more granular than the state forestry maps.
Yeah.
So we had very quantifiable criteria that we applied, so I would disagree with the characterization of qualitative.
Okay. You picked 500,000 customers.
Generally, as
right?
a rule of thumb.
And you said a second ago that your reason for doing so is to ensure that certain utilities that may or may not have urban areas as opposed to rural areas are excluded, right?
Yeah, that's generally so, yes.
Okay. And the difference between urban and rural areas is not the number of customers, but the number of customers within a defined area, correct?
That's generally correct, yes.
Okay. Had you run the same scenario but used customer density as your screening criteria, as opposed to just picking a 500,000 customer out of thin air as the screening criteria, do you know whether or not it would have picked up those AEP affiliates?
No, that's completely speculative, so I can't answer that one.
Well, you do or don't know? That's all I was asking.
I don't know.
You don't know. Okay. And the choice of 500,000 was why?
Well, generally, as a rule of thumb, we found that the utilities which had served more than 500,000 customers tended to serve urban areas, so it was based on that criteria that we typically eliminated those utilities with the large number of customers.
Okay. So I'm going to ask, can we go to 50 to 51? It's at the, see if we can get both the last sentence on 51 and the first sentence on 52. Do you see the sentence that starts for decades?
Yes.
Okay, do you mind to just familiarize yourself again with that sentence?
Okay, I've read it.
Okay, so the sentence says, for decades, AEP made the business decision to invest capital in other jurisdictions in which it could obtain a higher return to the detriment of providing adequate, efficient, reasonable service. Does your study speak at all to whether or not that conclusion is accurate?
No, we don't address that conclusion.
Okay, Mr. Gish?
Yeah, just a few redirect questions. Are you aware whether or not Wheeling Power Company provides electric service to the city of Wheeling?
Actually, I'm not.
Would you be surprised to learn that it does?
No, I would not be surprised.
Would you be surprised to learn that Appalachian Power provides electric service to the city of Charleston, West Virginia?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, please?
Would you be surprised to learn that Appalachian Power Company provides service to the city of Charleston, West Virginia?
I would not be surprised.
Would you be surprised to learn that the Appalachian Power Company provides electric service to the city of Huntington, West Virginia?
I would not be surprised.
Would you be surprised to learn that Appalachian Power Company provides electric service to the city of Roanoke, Virginia?
I would not be surprised at all.
If those were the case, would that impact your decision to consider them a peer utility of Kentucky Power Company?
Yes, it would.
If you could turn up back to the screen here and see footnote 159 where it says joint applicants' response to KIUC's first request, item 76.
Yes, I see
And
that.
that footnote refers to Liberty's own due diligence. Are you aware of whether or not Kentucky Power or AEP had access to that document?
I have no idea.
Okay, if you were to learn that Kentucky Power did not have access to that document because it was considered confidential, and would that impact your ability to obtain that document?
I certainly imagine it would.
Yeah, okay. No further questions.
Anything else? Ms. Tubman? Thank you very much. Ms. Glass?
Thank you, Your Honor. The company calls John Wolfram.
Wolfram, welcome back. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do, so help me God.
Please have a seat. Please state your name and business address for the record.
My name is John Wolfram, business address 3308 Haddon Road, Louisville, Kentucky, 40241.
Ms. Glass, you may ask.
Thank you. Can you please state your position and by whom you are employed, Mr. Wolfram?
Yes, I'm the founder and principal of Catalyst Consulting, LLC.
Did you cause to be filed into the record of this case direct testimony?
I adopted direct testimony of another witness, yes.
Thank you for clarifying that. Do you have any corrections to that direct testimony?
No.
And if I were to ask you those same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
The witness is available for cross-examination.
Counsel? That's you. Commissioner Regan? No, I was being honest when I said I was gonna ask Mr. Schlatt's questions about statistical analysis and not you today, Mr. Wolfram. So I've put you through the ringer enough in the past couple of years. I have no questions for Mr. Wolfram, and I will take consider a request to excuse witnesses Fetter, Schlatt's, and Wolfram, given their need to testify today.
The company,
So request.
company so requests.
Okay, that'll be fine. So witnesses Fetter, Schlatt's, and Wolfram are excused. Thank you very much, Mr. Wolfram.
Thank you.
All right, are we back to witness Phillips, Ms. Glass?
Yes, the company calls Everett Phillips.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
All right, please have a seat. And state your name and business address for the record, please.
Everett G. Phillips, 1645 Winchester Avenue, Ashland, Kentucky, 41101.
All right, Ms. Glass?
Mr. Phillips, can you please state your position and by whom you are employed?
Vice President of Distribution Region Operations for Kentucky Power.
Thank you. And did you cause to be filed into the record of this case direct testimony, rebuttal testimony, and responses to data requests?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any corrections to any of those?
No, I do not.
If I were to ask you those same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Thank you. The witness is available for cross-examination.
Counsel?
Mr. Phillips, I have a few questions for you. If you can't hear me, just let me know.
Okay.
So in your testimony, you first started talking about the trees out of the right-of-way program. Is that only for distribution lines, or does that also cover transmission line?
In my testimony, it's for only distribution.
Okay. And can you kind of explain how you identify those trees out of the right-of-way?
Well, we identify those through inspections of our lines during our 2-year cycle inspection, as well as our 5-year maintenance cycle. And we have 6 utility foresters that are employed by Kentucky Power that go through our service territory, along with all of our employees, that will identify danger or hazard trees that may appear to be diseased or leaning in excess that could fall in the line. And so we identify those and try to address those based on need and a priority list. And then as well as looking at the historical outages to try to identify where we have trees falling from outside the right-of-way and need to widen. Like, for an example, if we have a span that has numerous pine trees in it, for example, on the uphill side, we may identify that as an area that we would like to widen, given the opportunity.
And so what was different about this pilot program than what you were already doing anyways?
Well, the big difference is in the pilot program. We just did additional dollars and trying to widen those spans on the uphill side. So we targeted some of our worst performing circuits that were impacted by tree outside the right-of-way outages that were caused by trees outside the right-of-way. So we tried to address those in a more aggressive fashion with some additional capital dollars.
And then, for the distribution rider, the DRR, isn't everything that you're proposing in the DRR programs that you already would have to do anyways as well?
The DRR is a comprehensive plan that we have identified additional opportunities that we would love to enhance our reliability more than we're able to do within trying to balance our capital between transmission, distribution, and generation as we do today. So in trying to improve that reliability for our customers, these are projects that, yes, we have in our overall plan, but for example, one of our tie line projects that we have in our 5-year plan, which is we've got in the DRR we'd like to do during the 2025 year, is a project that is to try to tie 2 circuits together that are some of our worst performing circuits, but it's 12 miles, and because we've had no customer load growth in that area, we've not had the opportunities that, if you will, in traditional utilities, generally speaking, that are seeing customer move in an area and you have to upgrade your facilities to serve those. We've not had that opportunity, if you will. So in order to give those customers that same opportunity to have another source when a fault does occur on their circuit, they're out. So we'd love to build a tie line, but there's 12 miles that we have to either reconductor or construct new line. In order to do that, that's at a huge expense for a limited number of customers. And it's just a project that continues to get moved down the project list because we have other emerging needs with the balanced capital that we have today.
So I think I still have the same question. Don't you have to do these things anyways to make sure that those customers have reliable service in that area that you were talking about?
We have to do similar projects, not those identical projects. For, just like I said, for that tie line, also have in that project list is for a new substation. Substations are, generally you add a new substation because of capacity needs. You've got customer load growth and things like that. So you typically don't add a station just to improve reliability. It's expensive to add a new substation. But in order to improve reliability, to enhance that reliability for those customers in that area, another source to give them an alternate feed is what the DRR is proposing.
So are you saying that everything is good how it is? It's all reliable now. You don't need anything extra, but this would just be extra stuff on top?
No, respectfully disagree with that. We do provide safe, reliable service, yes. But in order to enhance that reliability, we feel that the DRR is a mechanism that would help expedite those opportunities to improve reliability more for our customers.
I don't have any other questions.
Thank you. Mr. Regan? In your direct testimony, you discuss increasing rain, increasing wind, and increasing major storm events, correct?
Yes,
And those are specific categories that you lay out in your direct testimony.
can you repeat the question again, make sure I heard?
In your direct testimony, you discuss increasing rain, increasing wind, and increasing major storm events, correct?
Yes, since the last rate case, yes.
Well, but, I mean, you have your testimony in front of you. You actually, with the rain, you talk about how your rain that you observed the last couple of years is in excess of the 30-year average.
That's correct.
The wind, I think you specifically used the word increasing.
Right,
Is that right?
that's correct.
And you all have experienced 11 major storms since the last rate case.
That's correct.
Okay. Is that an increase in your experience, your time at Kentucky Power?
Yes, it is. In
Okay.
that time period, yes, it is.
Were you able to listen to the hearing earlier when the conversation was around that the major storm, well, all storm, O&M storm expense is less in the proposed rates here than they were in the last rate case? Did you hear that? The 1.1 million versus the 2.1 million?
Yes, I heard that.
Okay. You mentioned all those in your testimony, and then you're a smart man, Mr. Phillips. You say Mr. Blankenship can talk more about all of these things. So what I want to make sure of in asking you is if I start asking Mr. Blankenship questions about the increasing rain, wind, and major storm events that are causing damage to the distribution and transmission system of Kentucky Power, that he's the right person to have that conversation with.
That's correct.
Okay. And will you hang out here in case he says no, you should have asked Mr. Phillips that?
Oh, yes,
Okay.
sure.
All right. Counsel?
I have no questions.
Okay. Anything else for Mr. Phillips? All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Phillips. Ms. Glass?
The company calls Stephen Blankenship.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
All right, please have a seat. State your name and business address for the record.
My name is Stephen Blankenship. My business address is 12333 Kevin Avenue, Ashland, Kentucky, 41102.
All right, Ms. Glass?
And I apologize for my voice.
That's okay. Just pull the microphone to you and we'll take as long as it needs to.
Mr. Blankenship, can you please state your position and by whom you are employed?
I am the Region Support Manager for Kentucky Power Company.
Did you cause to be filed into the record of this case direct testimony and responses to data requests?
Yes.
And do you have any corrections to that testimony or those responses?
No, I do not.
If I were to ask you those same questions today, would your responses be the same?
Yes, they would.
The witness is available for cross-examination.
Counsel?
Staff has nothing. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Blankenship.
Good morning.
I'll try to ask the questions in a way in which maybe we'll say good morning again when we're done here. So I'm gonna try to be very direct.
Okay.
Your direct testimony indicates that major storms are increasing in frequency and severity, correct?
Over the last 3 years, we have seen that.
Yes, sir.
be
Since
the
the
case.
last rate case, increase in severity and frequency.
Yes.
Okay.
Magnitude, severity, and frequency, yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Everett discusses, and I think maybe you do too, the additional rainfall that is continuing to occur, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. As a general proposition, is your experience that rainfall has a greater impact on utility systems that operate in hillier terrain or changes in grade than those that are in flat terrain?
Yes, sir. That would be due to the topography and the forest density that we have in eastern Kentucky. The saturation of the soil makes it more prone for trees to fall at that point.
Yeah. Same question, but for wind. That given the, we'll say the proximity or location of those same trees to distribution lines in an area service territory like Kentucky Power's as compared to a flat territory, wind has a greater impact on your all's reliability than if, well, frankly, your all's 20 counties were flat.
Yes, sir. And in combination with the saturated soils with increased rainfall, makes it even worse.
Double, yeah, makes it, I don't know if it's double, but it's,
Not double, but it does make a difference.
you don't have to worry about a tree breaking to fall on something if it just becomes completely uprooted, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
You do have to worry about limbs that may fly out of the tree as well, though. The tree could fall as well.
right. So, I guess I just gotta ask you, do you, based on the, how long have you been at Kentucky Power?
I've been with AEP for almost a little over 25 years. I've been at Kentucky Power for 13 years.
Okay. In your observation over both those time periods, but particularly the last 13 years, do you expect that the utility will have, and I know you can't predict the weather, I'm not asking you to predict the weather, but do you expect, based on your experience, for you all to have more or less major storm damage expense going forward than you've had in the past?
At that point, I can't speculate on the weather. You just have to look at patterns. We actively monitor the weather. I'm sure everyone's heard of El Nino, La Nina patterns. The last 4 years, we've been in a La Nina pattern, which corresponded with some of these weather events, it seems, in the timing of the events. We've actually went into a different weather pattern. I'm not a meteorologist, but just when I follow this, the weather has seemed to have calmed down a little bit later in half of 23 this year.
Okay. Let me ask you this way. In terms of, are you involved in planning for the distribution and transmission system at all for Kentucky Power?
Somewhat, yes, sir.
Okay. Internally, are you all planning on there being whatever the current trajectory of major storms? Are you all planning for them to increase or to decrease?
As far as the planning portion, as far our line design tool that we use, any new construction, we are building it to heavy loading standards and such as that. We've
Okay.
also included the TOR, Trees Out of Right-of-Way program that we've piloted the last couple of years. And with the DRR that's been proposed during this rate case, we also try to address some of those issues as well that may come up with more severe weather.
So you're planning for there to be at least a continuation of the recent observations. Is that accurate?
I'm planning for that, whether they'll be at the same severity or magnitude, I can't predict that, but
Right.
weather is weather. We'll continue to get storms. We'll pop up thunderstorms. We're just hoping it's not at hurricane or tropical storm or hurricane force winds.
You're not planning, you're not choosing, you're not making a conscious decision to do future distribution projects based on light or medium loading, right? You don't expect the wind, the water, and the storms to just go away. Is that correct?
Let me make sure I thought when you say light or medium loading,
Yeah, you were saying that you're now using heavy loading.
new
for your-
construction is done at heavy loading.
Yeah,
regardless.
you're not reverting back to lighter or medium loading as opposed to heavy loading,
No,
correct?
sir, not on new construction, no, sir.
Okay. The average deferral of the 11 major storms since the last rate case has been $7.2 million, correct?
What page are you referring to, sir?
And that's just on page 8 of your direct testimony. And I'm sorry, Mr. Blankenship, can I ask you to speak up going forward? I've been told that I can hear you, but I'm also reading lips a little bit. So could you just speak up when you give your answers and go forward?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Great, no, you're fine.
My voice is going away, I apologize.
It's okay. 7.2 million on average, right?
The average deferral amount for the 11 major events, it looks like for 20 to 23, it was $7.2 million, yes, sir.
So that's approximately a total of $80 million.
I think the total is 79.3.
Okay. And customers are going to pay for that, right?
Yes, sir. It's part of the cost to serve
Yeah.
the damage that occurred.
Okay. Do you know whether, and if you don't, that's fine, there's lots of other witnesses. Do you know whether any or all portion of that deferred storm damage expense is being sought to be securitized?
It's my understanding, part of my testimony, that we are looking to securitize all 79.3 million.
Yeah. It's your understanding that there's some return on securitization? Like, it's at a debt rate, but,
I can't speak to that.
okay, all right. Just want to be clear, though, is it your understanding that had those costs not been deferred, they would have been not recovered at all from customers? Is that right?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the,
Yeah, so the costs were deferred, right? There was deferral accounting for the costs,
Yes, sir.
correct? But if the costs weren't deferred, that would have been a hit to the company's bottom line in that given year. Is that your understanding?
that would be a better question for Witness West.
That's fine. You talk about it. That's why I want to make sure. I mean, it really is just an accounting fact, but that's okay. The major event days, as a general matter, are increasing since 2015. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
My question on this is, for figure SDB1, I know that you provide that as part of your testimony, but are you the person in charge of calculating TMED and figuring out what events are major event days and which are not?
No, sir, I'm not the person.
All right, so who provided you all of the information related to that, or who calculates that for the companies?
For Kentucky Power?
I'm sorry, yes. I spent 9 days in here, 12 hours a day, talking about 2 utilities, so it's going to take me a little while now to just say company. So my apologies.
The actual information comes from the RAP Service Corps personnel.
Okay. Do you know whether anybody from the Service Corps that does this kind of stuff is on the list of 25 witnesses in this case?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. So would you agree that there are more major event days than there are storms that had O&M at, strike that. Would you agree that major event days and major storm expense are not the same thing? Occurrences and major storm events?
I'm not quite sure I
Okay,
follow
let
what
me
you're
take a
saying
step
there.
back. You have 11 events that you were referring to with an average 7.2 million over the last 3 years, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is that, do you know whether every single one of those events technically resulted in an MED?
There was the event, it takes a MED to create the event. So there was a major event day involved with every one of these, yes, sir.
I guess what I'm trying to say, do you know whether all of them were by definition, under the statistical analysis we were talking earlier, all of them were technically an MED?
Yes.
Okay. Did the utility incur MEDs that were not those 11 events?
That's subject to check. I'm not sure on that. I'd have to double.
All right, so I'd like to ask that as a post-hearing data request. Were there any observed MEDs since the last rate case that the utility did not seek deferral accounting for?
I would have to check to make
Okay,
sure on that.
great. Or that you all don't call one of those 11? You talk about in your testimony that an MED is defined as, and this is page 5 of your testimony, defined as a day in which the daily system SAIDI exceeds a threshold value, TMED,
Yes, sir.
for For the purpose of calculating daily system SAIDI, any interruption that spans multiple calendar days is accrued to the day on which the interruption began. Statistically, days having a SAIDI greater than TMED are days on which the energy delivery system experienced stresses beyond that normally expected. Is that correct?
I believe it goes beyond the reasonable design and the operational limits of the electric power
That's,
system.
I was actually gonna go back to that quote that goes from the previous page.
Yes, sir.
That an MED is defined as an event that exceeds reasonable design and/or operational limits of the electric power system.
Yes, sir.
Are you now designing the system, and again, I'm not asking this question from a place of judgment, I just want to be very clear. But given your observations and experiences, are you now designing the system in a way to reduce the occurrence and impact of major events?
Our system was designed under medium loading. That is where we, as you know, in the NSC Section 250, what we're doing based upon direction from the commission prior years is to go to the heavy loading standard for any new construction in Kentucky. At the time, it wasn't specific for major events, but we're hoping it'll help. The one thing I would note, though, is that there's at least, I could go to 2 or 3 of these events and talk about these, that even at heavy loading standard, it would not have mattered. The criteria for the ice storm that happened in February of 2021 exceeded the limits of heavy loading, what it can handle.
You live in the Kentucky Power Territory,
Yes, sir, I do.
and you've experienced a number of these 11 incidents.
Yes, sir, I did.
Would you be surprised if other customers were happy that only 2 out of those 11 events had occurred? Happier that only 2 out of 11 would have occurred?
I'm sure-
Reducing
I'm sure they
the
would want more
occurrence.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. What I'm really trying to ask is reducing the occurrence of major event days and major storms, the impact on customers of major storms is a benefit, right?
I would say yes,
Right. And
but
Major
the
event-
magnitude and severity of the weather that we're talking about was the 11 events that happened. It was beyond normal limits of storms that we have storms all year around and through the summertime all the time. It just, these went above the normal limits of what the system can handle.
yeah, I guess what I'm trying to ask is the MEDs, the IEEE, let me make a statement, see if you agree.
Okay.
To describe major event days, for you all to have had 16, 20 plus major event days in 2021 and 22, right? And those major event days, if they last more than 1 day, are only 1 day, is that right?
Well, a day can still be an event. It has to have a minimum of 1 day.
I guess that's what I'm trying to say. If it goes multiple days, though, is that counted as 1 MED, or if it goes 3 days, 3 MEDs?
It's based upon the minutes that when the outage starts.
Okay.
It could be multiple days just according to the.
Would you agree that customers, let me ask this. In your experience, are customers more frustrated, are customers frustrated by multi-day events?
I would say yes, that
Yeah.
no one wants to go without power for a minute.
And the IEEE definition seems to indicate that, I'll just read it again, you referenced it earlier, that it's an event that exceeds the reasonable design and operational limits of the electric power system.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I asked the question earlier, I think to Mr. Schatz, about whether you should be, I'm paraphrasing here, but whether utilities should be planning to reduce major event days or only planning to, to those, quote, reasonable design and operational standards. Would you agree that there's an expectation by customers that the company take efforts to reduce the likelihood, the severity, and the duration of major storms?
So it would be a fair statement that
Okay.
customers would want.
Do you think, do
And
you
I think
agree?
we provide on normal, our system is built.
Right. Do you
Standard.
agree that it would be unreasonable only to plan the system going forward to meet the needs of the system on non-MED days?
I'm sorry, when,
Yeah, so
I just want to make sure I understand what you're asking.
no, people's lights go off on an MED day. Like reliability, is it unreasonable to only talk about reliability when we're talking about non-MED days?
I think when you're measuring for a company, the MED days is what you can measure as far as whether the utility is getting better or not. When you start throwing in major event days, again, this goes back to it's past the limits of what the system should have been able to handle when it happened. It's beyond our control at that point.
Well, but it is until you change the operational design of the system.
Well, our system is built to what it was in our zone, or we are built to the standard of what it should be. We're going above that now on new construction.
And with all respect to the NESC, that's the minimum requirements or the minimum expectations. Would you agree?
I don't know if it's the minimum, but it's the requirement that we have to go by.
Let me ask you, you got the map there in your testimony, right?
Yes, sir.
Would you agree that the border of that medium to heavy loading seems to be the, I don't know, like the Big Sandy River?
I would agree. It looks like it's
Yeah.
right on the border between us, West Virginia, and
It,
Virginia.
would it, I'm being a little flippant here, but honest to goodness, do you think it makes sense to design a transmission line on one side of the Big Sandy River significantly different than the transmission or distribution line on the other side of the Big Sandy River?
Well, transmission is built to heavy load standards in Kentucky. as
Across the
well.
river? All I'm trying to ask is there a material difference in the utility systems on one side of that border in West Virginia and the other one in Kentucky?
I would say no.
Okay. We had a number of public comment sessions ahead of this case. I was talking to Ms. Wiseman, I don't know if you've been able to listen, I was talking to Ms. Wiseman about a couple of the comments that folks made.
Yes, sir.
Another one they made that's relevant to your testimony in this case is concern for public health and frankly, just experiences generally during events that last multiple days, especially those that occur in the winter.
Yes.
Are you aware generally of those, of folks' concerns for that?
Oh, yes, sir. These are our neighbors. I live there
Okay.
with them. In fact, at the Ashland public meeting, I think her name was Miss Bowling, that lived in the Summit area. I was intrigued by because I happen to live there. I live in the Summit area as well. And I was just trying to inquire to see exactly how long, because when she said she was out for, I think 17 days is what she quoted. And it's, to my knowledge, no one was out for that long that could receive service during the ice storm. So I was wanting to make sure that there was something I didn't know about at that point, so.
Okay. MED days in which a customer is out. Would you agree that it's probably even more inconvenient than a non-MED day, given that a storm most likely just occurred?
I wouldn't say that anytime it's inconvenient when your power's out at any time, whether it's an MED day or just a blue sky day.
I get that, but if the power is out and it's 70 degrees outside versus the power being out and it's 20 degrees outside, one is more, you would agree one is more inconvenient than the other?
I would say if you did not have an alternate source of heat, but yes, I would agree with that.
Okay. If MEDs are defined based off the design and operation of the system, and I appreciate what you're saying is the implementation, I think your testimony talks about in 2014 of the line design tool, I think is what you call it.
Yes, sir.
And I think your testimony further speaks to and your testimony today talks about going forward, the expectation or the Hope plan, I don't want to, not ascribe my own word, but your testimony referred to using the heavy loading standard on a going forward basis. Are there any other actions that the utility is taking that you're aware of to address the impact to customers of those MED days, to change the design or operation of the system to mitigate the impact of those MED days?
Yes, sir, we have, as in company witness Phillips' testimony, and that's stated what we're wanting to expand on with the DRR. We have distribution automation on our circuits to try to minimize the amount of outages or the amount of customers affected during the outage. We've also, the pilot program with the tree out of right-of-way. Obviously, the first step is you want to make sure to, if you can reduce the risk altogether of the outage, that's, we're trying to do targeted areas to try to cut trees and hopefully to expand on that after this rate case. And in addition to sectionalizing our systems where we can, if a problem does occur, we can isolate it quicker and restore from this normal source or an alternate feed or an alternate source at that time. We do look at that daily, and it's part of our reliability plan.
Is it your hope or expectation that those investments will reduce the O&M expense resulting from major event days? Let me ask this question.
Well,
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
If you feel comfortable answering
if you
answer
wanna-
that. No, please go ahead.
I would say that any time that you can save on a major event, the more time you can shave off of it, obviously is going to save the customer O&M dollars, or on the storm itself. If you can shave, like we discussed in the last rate case with AMI and things like that, there's other technologies out there that will help improve, can help shave time and reduce cost to the customer. And like I said, if you can shave a half day off to a day off, that could be $500,000 to $1 million you might be saving at that point. That's,
Yeah. Let me ask this. Good example, I think, using part of Mr. Phillips' testimony is you have automatic reclosers, and you're able to automatically switch load, as opposed to having to hire a contractor after an event to go out and manually switch load. That investment would save on that post-storm O&M cost, right?
not, well, if the recloser operates, there's still a fault that occurred on the system. You'd have to make repairs to the system.
That's fine, but that's gonna happen anyways. At the
Yes.
same time, people are out of power.
What you hope to do is it minimizes the amount of customers affected, and the zone, it'll shrink the zone that's affected, but that's the whole point of the distribution automation.
Guess what I'm trying to ask is, do you think that those investments will reduce expense long-term? Is that the anticipation?
When you say reduce expense, like, I guess I'm trying to make sure I
Yeah,
understand.
okay, so there's a cost to an unreliable system or a lack of reliability, right?
In what way do you mean I'm just want to make sure I understand what you're saying here.
Yeah, okay. So I thought that's what you just said earlier, that if you can shave off
From a major event, yes, sir, okay.
a major event, that's a benefit of savings to customers. Okay.
Yeah.
That if an investment can do
Well,
that,
at that point, you can start releasing crews, things like that, in a major event, okay.
yeah, and that's time and a half and two time and calling in people from other states, and the $79.3 million, it adds up quickly, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So if you can make an investment to save on those costs, and it's more cost effective to make the investment, that's a benefit to customers, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know whether the company has actually looked at whether these DRR investments are going to either defer or downsize the expected incurrence of expense related to the issues that they're fixing?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah. So if the anticipation and hope is that the investments are going to save money over time
It's
by
gonna
not incurring expenses.
Improve reliability, okay, yes.
Yep. Do you know whether the cost of the investments has been compared to the savings that you hope or anticipate result from those investments. Those avoidance of expenses.
I'm not aware of them.
Are major event days, as defined by IEEE, avoidable or mitigatable, if that's a word, or able to be mitigated?
It's kind of a loaded question. It's just according to the magnitude and severity of the problem, of the weather event that may come in.
Yeah, and actually, just forget MEDs. Major storms. Are there actions that you all can take going forward in addition to updating to heavy loading standards? Are there additional actions that you all can take to mitigate or avoid the cost impact of major storms?
Some of the things that we do is that we adhere to EEI's governing principles for mutual assistance.
Okay.
Some of those guidelines include for cost and expenses for any mutual assistance that's incurred. The things that we do, we have implemented the ICS structure within Kentucky Power. There's training that we do. There's an initial and ongoing annual training for that, and we also do periodically, we do exercises to try to ensure that our response is, the quicker we can get the power on, shorten the time, save on expenses in that way. We also, as part of that, we do after-action reviews after storms to see what went well, what can we do better. And as part of this rate case, one thing we've done is we've proposed to securitize this money to help with the savings to the customer.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Blankenship. I'm going to ask as a post-hearing data request for each of those 11 storms that you all received deferral accounting for the after-action reports that you all put together. And so we'll put that in the post-hearing data request, Ms. Glass. Do you have any redirect?
I do.
Would you like to do that now or after we take an hour for lunch?
Okay, after lunch.
I'm always going to offer it if it's close to a break. So, all right, so we will take a 1 hour break for lunch, and we will come back at 1:15 and continue with Ms. Glass's intends on presenting the witnesses in the room.
Yes.
He does.
All three of the witnesses, correct? Okay, correct. That'll be fine. All right, Ms. Glass?
Yes, I just have a few questions for Mr. Blankenship. Mr. Blankenship, when did the company start building its distribution system to heavy loading standards instead of the medium loading standards as required by NESC?
It was 2014.
So almost 10 years ago.
Yes, ma'am.
If the company builds to heavy loading standards, would it avoid all major storm expense?
No.
Would there be also a cost to customers associated with so let me actually go back. So say if the company rebuilt its current system to heavy loading standards, would there be a cost to customers associated with that?
Yes, it'd be a substantial cost.
Could the company build an overhead distribution system strong enough to have avoided the outages that were caused by the 11 storms mentioned in your testimony?
To resist all 11, no. As far as build it to withstand, I'm sorry, repeat.
Let me repeat my question. So could the company have built an overhead system that would have been strong enough to avoid all outages that would have been caused by these 11 storms?
No.
I heard you say earlier that, of course, neither you nor the company can predict the weather, correct?
That's correct.
And neither you nor the company can predict what major storms may occur in the future, right?
That's correct.
Is it therefore possible to predict what costs may be avoided if the DRR is implemented?
It would hopefully improve reliability while also reducing cost.
Is there any way to predict, what amount of costs it would reduce?
No.
And earlier, the chairman asked you, is there anything else that the company can do to mitigate or avoid the cost impact of major storms? Do you recall that question?
Yes.
And in addition to the answer that you gave, is it your understanding, or would the DRR projects that the company has proposed, are those intended to help with that?
Yes, like I said just a moment ago, the intent would be to improve reliability with the return of reduced costs, hopefully.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Is there anything else? Ms. Temple, Doesn't? No. Thank you very much, Mr. Blankenship.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may Mr. Blankenship be excused?
As long as Mr. Phillips intends on sticking around.
Okay, understood. Mr. Phillips can stick around.
That'd be great. Ms. Blend?
Thank you, Your Honor. The company calls Amanda Clark.
Ms. Clark, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, please have a seat and state your name and business address for the record.
My name is Amanda Clark, business address at 1645 Winchester Avenue, Ashland, Kentucky, 41101.
Ms. Blend?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Clark.
Hello.
By whom are you employed and in what position?
I am employed by Kentucky Power. I'm an external affairs manager.
Did you cause direct testimony and responses to data requests to be filed into the record of this case?
I did.
Do you have any changes or corrections to any of those documents at this time?
I do not.
If I asked you the questions contained in those documents today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, the witness is available for questioning.
No
Sybil? Vice Chair?
No. I don't.
Good afternoon, Ms. Clark.
Hello.
You were here with us just a few months ago, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Since then, congratulations on your award regarding.
Thank you.
Very significant. How, let me just ask, in regards to the testimony that you provided at that time about the job you're doing, the places that you're going, the people that you talk to, looking at economic development on an AEP basis, on a Kentucky Power basis. Has anything materially changed in that regard since you were here last to talk about the two economic development cases?
Not materially, no.
Okay. And I'm just curious, part of a rate case, we've been talking about it a lot, I don't know if you've been listening, but,
Yes, sir.
part of the rate case is you determine, and this is my position on what a rate case is, right? You calculate the revenue requirement, you try to figure out the other side, which is the billing determinants. How much is going to be used, is expected to be used going forward. And of course, usage is in large part driven by the economy. Are you aware of anything, do you have any personal knowledge of anything that you don't think is reflected in this case, but that from an economic development perspective would materially affect the billing determinants going forward for the utility?
I'm not sure. I think what you're asking me is, are there maybe projects on the horizon that could affect the revenue for Kentucky Power? Is that,
Yeah,
am I understanding that correctly?
Upwards, but then also the other way. Are there things that you are generally aware of that you don't know is reflected in the case that could negatively affect that would diminish the billing determinants?
I'm not.
Okay, how about the other side, increasing the billing determinants?
The other side of that, as I've mentioned in previous testimonies, is we have seen quite a lot of economic development activity in the territory in terms of just prospect. And again, that is prospect. We've seen a number of RFIs, several site visits that we've assisted our partners with, and those things could be on the horizon, but again, we can't, those are business decisions for those companies that are looking to locate.
Let's just assume, for instance, that Kentucky Power has historically had rate cases in 2014, 2017, 2020, and now 2023. Let's just add 3 years to 2023, right? For the type of responses or the type of information you're providing to RFIs, let me first ask, are you involved in those responses to the RFIs?
Yes.
Okay. In those requests, what's the time horizon that if Kentucky Power was accepted, and I'm just kind of asking for a representative or an average or just something that I can have an appreciation to gauge. If Kentucky Power responded and the response came back and the folks were interested in coming, what kind of time horizon, just on an average basis or even a range, are you looking at before an entity would actually come in, do what they need to do, whether it's take over a spec building, build brand new, at whatever the range there is, and start using electricity?
Pretty standard timeline, just on average. If everything works out perfectly for the company, 18 to 24 months.
18 to
is
24
pretty
months.
standard.
So if something happens 6 months after this case, 18 to 24 months, that may or may not necessarily, but it's around about the time that the test year for a subsequent rate case would come up. Is that accurate?
I would think so.
Okay, all right. It's around the time, let's call it 6 months, if we're just saying 3 years. 6 months after this case, plus 24 months, plus another, it'd be about 6 months before the next rate case file. Is that
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you hear Mr. West's testimony earlier when he was referring to the investment review committee that he deals with at AEP?
Yes.
Were you involved in the efforts to bring Interblue and/or Brady into the Kentucky Power territory?
With Kentucky Power, no.
Okay. In your experience, are there occasionally, more often than not, efforts and expenses that the utility has to incur, upfront capital that the utility has to incur to connect new, larger customers to electricity? Transmission or substation upgrades, that kind of thing?
I'm not aware of of exactly how those work with each project. I know that even for the ones that I have worked with, particularly the one I testified for before, the company was incurring those costs. Not Kentucky Power, the company that was coming.
Yeah, so they're usually cost recovery methodologies, but often even if the new customer is going to pay for it, occasionally, I'll say more, maybe more often than not, the utility builds it and then is paid back for it. Have you aware of any instances like that?
I'm not part of that process, so I don't know.
Well, and that's actually specifically what I'm sort of asking about is, do you know who from the Kentucky Power territory would provide input, I guess, up to Mr. West to include in a presentation to the Investment Review Committee regarding capital needs for economic development purposes?
In my experience with some of the other projects that we've worked, I stay in pretty close contact with Mr. West and his team about potential projects. And I assume that those get passed on to the appropriate parties.
Okay. All right, Ms. Blinn?
Thank you, Your Honor. Just a couple of questions. Ms. Clark, just following up on some of the questions that the chair had regarding the timing of potential prospects beginning to take service from Kentucky Power and the timing of the company's next rate case. Do you have any reason to believe that the company's next rate case will be in 2026?
I don't have any basis for that.
As far as you know, has the company are you aware of any decision the company has made about the timing of its next rate case?
I'm not.
Okay. Do you have any reason do you know, sitting here today, whether any of the prospects of which you're currently aware will actually turn into customers of Kentucky Power?
I hope so. I can't say for certain.
Okay. And do you know, sitting here today, what the timing would look like for any particular prospect that did turn into a customer of Kentucky Power?
Of our pretty good prospects, most of them are in the 18 to 24 months. There are a couple that could go out as far as 7 to 8 years before they would be built.
So there's variability, it sounds like. Do you know, sitting here today, whether or by what extent Kentucky Power load might otherwise change, whether it be increasing or decreasing between now and the company's next rate case?
I do not.
And so would it be speculative to make assumptions in this case about how load might change in the future between now and the next rate case?
It would be very speculative.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you.
Is there any reason Ms. Clark can't be excused? Thank you, Ms. Clark.
Thank you.
Thank you. Your Honor, the company calls Stevie Coburn.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
All right, please have a seat. Please state your name and business address for the record.
Stevie Coburn, 1645 Winchester Avenue, Ashland, Kentucky, 41101.
All right, so I'm gonna request, you got a microphone directly in front of you, if you could pull it a little closer to you. However loud you think you need to talk for all of us to hear you, I promise with the glass, well, plexiglass around you, it's probably about 50% louder than, you need to be about 50% louder than you really, you're gonna feel like you're yelling, Ms. Coburn, just letting you know. But please make sure you speak up so that we have an accurate record of your responses. Ms. Blinn?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Coburn. By whom are you employed and in what position?
Kentucky Power, Customer Services Supervisor.
Thank you. Did you cause direct testimony and responses to data requests to be filed on the record of this case?
Yes.
Do you have any changes or corrections to any of those documents
No.
at this time? And if I were to ask you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Thank you. The witness is available, Your Honor.
Counsel?
Staff has some questions.
No. Just one question. In your testimony, let's see, on page 4, you talk about the Community Action Agency collaboration to go into the community and kind of inform customers about low-income programs.
Yes.
And I've talked to Ms. Weissman about this as well. What is the biggest, I guess, roadblock to people either taking these programs or learning about them, or doing the insulation upgrades and things like that? Is there, a reason why people don't, when you have kind of these round tables and things where you invite people to come, why they don't come to learn how they can decrease their bills?
As far as roadblocks go, one that I can think of is for the weatherization programs. And what I've heard is that a lot of the households don't meet the requirements to be eligible to qualify for the weatherization program, so they have some sort of safety or health issue, which makes them not qualify for those programs.
Is it that they don't qualify because they're getting, if it's a health issue or they're on disability, they're making too much money to qualify?
No, it would be an issue within the home. So for example, they
Okay.
need a new heat pump,
Okay.
but their home doesn't have proper insulation, or perhaps there's an issue with the roof, or some sort of safety issue, which means that their house would not meet the requirements set forth by that group. It wouldn't meet the energy efficiency requirements in order for them to qualify for that sort of program.
Okay. And if I'm reading your testimony correctly, the most common suggestion is that provide additional funding that'll enable more people to take part in this program?
Yes, we've discussed that with Community Action several times, asking if we need to look at adjustments to the way we fund Heart and Thaw, the 75-25 split, or the benefit levels. And they always agree that the benefit levels are fine the way they're currently set, but they've mentioned several times that they feel that additional funding needs to be included.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. On that question, this is not unique to Kentucky Power's territory. Other utilities have indicated that the number of, I think I've heard it referred to as walkaway situations, where the folks show up to weatherize and they come to find out that a health and safety condition, that the law precludes them effectively from making those investments because there may be a hole in the floor, or there may be some other issue that you can weatherize the windows, but if there's still, an issue with the floor, it's gonna, is that the type of health and safety issue that you're talking about?
Yes.
Some of the other utilities have made, I think Duke is a good example. Duke, their community action agency indicated that something like 3 or 4 out of 5 homes that are attempted to be weatherized can't be weatherized because of those health and safety issues. Do you all have an idea of how many of the homes are unable, that folks attempt to weatherize that are unable to be weatherized because of health and safety issues?
I don't know that number. Company witness Bishop may possibly know that. He is part of, he works closely with Community Action on our weatherization program.
Do you all use any utility funding to address any of those health and safety issues so that the federal funding for weatherization can be leveraged?
Not that I'm aware of. We have our weatherization program, the Targeted Energy Efficiency Program, but to my knowledge currently, they are not making any repairs to the homes.
But Mr. Bishop is the DSM kind of weatherization person, is that right?
He would know more about that program than I would, yes.
Okay. I'm going to go back, and it was maybe unfair for me to ask Mr. Blankenship the question, but I'll ask you you deal with customers or have dealt with customers over the years, customer complaints, the folks you work with?
Yes.
Get the phone calls. as a general proposition, are people more, do you find that people are more, what's the term I used earlier? Well, I'll say frustrated this time, with outages that last, the longer an outage lasts?
Yes, I would say that the longer an outage continues, that customers do typically become more frustrated. I will say, though, that customers generally, in my experience, seem to be understanding of a major event such as we had during the ice storm. They understood that that was a major event, and they understood why their power was out. But of course, the longer it extends, they do become frustrated, yes.
And I just want to make sure I have an appreciation. That distinction you're making is because on other days when there's an outage, they don't have it. It's hard for them to understand why there might be an outage. It's easier to understand if it's a significant storm, is what you're
Yes.
saying. Okay. What about the difference in customer response for outages that occur at like colder or hotter time periods than those, like I think the example I used, Mr. Blankenship, was an outage when it's 20 degrees outside as opposed to 70 degrees outside. Do you all get a different level or interest in phone calls and complaints during those time periods when it's extremely hot or extremely cold?
I mean, I think it depends on the customer. I mean, there are, definitely times when customers, voice concerns with the temperatures outside, but it could be either way. I mean, if it's extremely hot out in the middle of the summertime, they could be just as frustrated as they would be during the wintertime when it's cold outside.
Right, they could, but I'm just curious if you, I'm just curious if you have had that experience, that they seem to be more concerned when it's hotter or colder as opposed to a regular day.
I don't talk to customers as far as on, them calling me regarding an outage enough to answer that.
When you all have significant events, let's call it an ice storm, a wind, any of these 11 since the last rate case, when folks pick up the phone and call Kentucky Power on an ordinary day with very low volume, where is the person on the other end of the line that picks up that call?
Typically, our calls are routed to a call center in Hurricane, West Virginia, but we do have several other call centers throughout the country that are AEP call centers, and so if all of the lines within Hurricane are busy, they would roll to one of the other call centers.
Okay, and so would you all necessarily see that change in volume when it comes to phone calls as a response to an event?
I don't see it. I mean, the call center monitors that.
Yeah, I guess what I'm asking is, do you know who at Kentucky Power is notified when folks are calling in significant droves from the Kentucky Power territory about complaints? Do you know who that's routed to, I guess is what I'm trying to say?
Can you explain what you mean when you say complaints?
Yeah, sure. The FAC goes up 1 month. Customers are upset about their bills. The calls go to Hurricane, West Virginia. And if there are a greater number of volume than normal, who are those? Who at Kentucky Power? Whose attention at Kentucky Power is that brought to?
So I work very closely with our call centers. I'm somewhat of a liaison between Kentucky Power and the call centers. So if there's any concerns with the call center, they will reach out to me. They also work closely with Ms. Wiseman. So they would reach out to one of us more than likely if there was any concerns.
Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to ask is, if the number of calls from Kentucky goes from averaging, I'm making up numbers here, but goes from averaging 15 a day to 100 a day, is there somebody that formally brings that to your all's attention? Will that automatically come across your desk? Do you get like a weekly report of the phone calls? I'm trying to make sure I have an appreciation for whether there's a recurring communication between those two entities, as opposed to sort of like what you're describing is an ad hoc, things are getting crazy, we're just going to call you and let you know this is happening.
I don't personally receive any reports. However, there are meetings throughout the month that happen at different levels, and we have members from the call center staff that join those calls and provide input. So there could be information that's sent that I'm not aware of.
Okay, so like, I'll just tell you, we have, you know, well, you talk about it in your testimony, we have consumer service, customer service folks here at the PSC, right?
Yes.
And we get a weekly report from them about how many calls they've received, how many issues they received, and what the significant issues were by utility, by issue. Who can I ask of the 25 witnesses here to definitively tell me whether or not Kentucky Power gets a report similar in nature from the call center regarding the customer outreach the call center receives?
I would think that would be Company Witness Wiseman.
All right. Ms. Flint?
Thank you, Your Honor. Just a couple questions. Ms. Coburn, you recall questions about homes that can't be weatherized because of health and safety and utility funding related to addressing those health and safety concerns?
Yes.
Okay. Does Kentucky Power utilize shareholder funding or AEP Foundation funding to support housing initiatives in its service territory?
We do. We have donated generously, in my opinion, over the past probably 5 or 6 years to several organizations that do help with housing issues within Eastern Kentucky.
And are some of those organizations the Christian Appalachian Project, Homes, Inc., and the Housing Development Association?
Yes.
And are those organizations, those I listed and potentially others, focused on addressing, do they focus at least in part on addressing the health and safety issues that would prevent a customer from being able to obtain weatherization services?
I believe so, but I'm not certain.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Is there a reason this witness can't be excused?
No, sir.
Anything else? Thank you. Mr. Gish? Do you have questions? And, do you have questions? No. Mr. Gish, I'll just tell you, I mean, you're more than welcome to call Ms. Kahn, but I think that my interest, we don't have questions for Ms. Kahn. We're happy to not take her. I'm happy to swear her in and then prove we don't have questions, but my interest in Ms. Kahn is there are a number of things that she filed that I might be referencing for other people. She's great about having all the information, but it also deals squarely with other people's testimony or relates to those testimonies. So we can call her, let her go, but I don't feel comfortable, even after we say we don't have questions, that they're necessarily excusing her from the remainder of the hearing. I just want to make that clear.
Do you want to just, I don't think we need to go through the rigmarole unless, there's no need for that. So we can move on to the next witness.
That'd be great.
I think Ms. Kahn, I think, is feeling better. Yes? Good. That's good news. And then, so she'll be available via the webcast.
Okay. I just wanted to address it before y'all did the full changeover. So, okay.
I'm going to stay up here. There's 3 seats.
All right. So that addresses Ms. Kahn. So Ms. Glass.
Yes, the company calls Scott Bishop.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Please have a seat. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Scott Bishop. I work for Kentucky Power, and the address is 1645 Winchester Avenue, Ashland, Kentucky, 41101.
Ms. Glass?
Mr. Bishop, can you please state your position and by whom you are employed?
My position is a regulatory consultant, and I am employed by Kentucky Power.
Thank you. And did you cause to be filed into the record of this case direct testimony and responses to data requests?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any corrections to that testimony or those responses?
No, I do not.
If I were to ask you those same questions today, would your responses be the same?
Yes, they would.
The witness is available for a cross-examination.
Counsel?
Thank you. Mr. Bishop, if you can't hear me, will you please let me know while I'm doing this? Okay. You filed testimony related to the late payment penalties?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And in that testimony, I think you responded to both in your testimony and several DR responses related to the issue, right?
Yes.
And you referred to a ledger in several of those responses. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And you would agree that the ledger wouldn't necessarily correspond to customer bills?
Correct.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about what's actually recorded in the ledger? Like related to the late payment penalties?
I'm not really the best person to respond to that, but I'll give it my best shot, is in the ledger, the amounts that get credited for the delayed payment charge are counted on the day that they put it in the books, but it's not actually, may not be, I should say, they may not be the date that the charge, it's not the date that the customer gets the late charge.
Okay. And that's what that was gonna be my follow-up. So the timing doesn't necessarily correlate?
Correct.
Okay. And then, do you include anything else in particular besides an amount? Like the customer, how many, or customer name? What else goes in that ledger related to those charges?
I am not sure what actually gets counted in the general ledger when it happens.
Okay. You don't know if it's broke out individually in any way?
I do not. I don't think it is, but I do not know for certain.
You mentioned you may not be the best person to ask the question to. Who might be the better person to ask that question to?
Witness Whitney.
Okay. Okay, so with the timing issue, is it correct to say that the ledger information entered after January of 2021 would possibly have been billed prior to that date?
That is correct.
Okay. And then lastly, I want to confirm that the amount of the late payment charges billed, according to your testimony after the January 2021 date, is $26,391.44.
That is correct.
Okay. That's all I have, Chairman.
Are you generally aware of the settlement agreement in this case?
I've read it. I know some specifics of it, but
There's a whole section of it called Assistance for Vulnerable Residential Customers. Are you aware of that section generally? Is that the section you're most aware of?
not specifics, no.
Okay. Ms. Glass, could you all have a copy of the?
I have a copy.
Oh, you have a copy of the stipulation? That'd be great. Could you turn to page 11? The stipulation.
Okay.
You see that section I was talking about down at the bottom after number 6?
Yes, I do.
Okay. The first item there is a agreement to effectively match the per meter charge. Do you see that?
The 2-for-1 match? Yes.
Okay. And then on the next page, there's a provision about disconnecting below 32 or above 95 for the next 24 hours.
Yes, I see that.
Okay. Then the next one is about limiting disconnections to certain times of the day.
Yes.
Is it your understanding, and if you don't know, it's okay, but is it your understanding that those will be tariff provisions that lay those out?
It is my understanding they would be, yes.
And then there's a new one that talks about, or there's a D after the C, that says that Kentucky Power will collaborate with joint interveners to develop service reconnection standards that enable residential customers to be reconnected based on the to-be-determined partial payment and repayment plan terms. To the extent the company determines the commission approval of the to-be-determined and agreed-upon standards is required, the company will make a filing seeking commission approval of the standards by no later than June 1st, 2020, June 1, 2024. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
Will you be part of that? Is that something internally at Kentucky Power that you would be involved in, those reconnection standards around partial payment plans?
It's It may not be something I would be partial to, but it is something the regulatory group would be involved in,
Okay.
along with customer service, I believe.
Okay. And then E is about, subject to, commission pre-approval about about a study. Kentucky Power is gonna do a comprehensive study to assess whether low-income discount rates for electric residential customers are appropriate, and the potential design and implementation of any such rates. And the design and scope will be developed in consultation with joint interveners and other low-income representatives, and that includes what the study will include. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
Would you be involved at all in that process?
I don't know at what stage of the process we would be involved, since it would be part of probably regulatory filing, we would get involved at some point. I don't know who
Okay.
in Kentucky Power would be involved at this point in time.
Then section 9, which is a couple pages later, on 14 of 195, has a section called DSM EE programs.
Yes,
Do you think you'll be involved in the items under this section?
yes, I think I would be.
A in that section is that the utility will continue to work collaboratively and meet with interested parties for input on developing a cost-effective portfolio of proposed DSME programs, including programs designed for commercial and low-income residential customers. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
Okay. And that the proposal will be filed with the commission on May 1, and that there will be some of these BYOB, but it's different than what most people apparently know as the last B, which is battery program, right?
Correct.
Okay. Can I ask, is there, since you're the, my experience with you, Mr. Bishop, over the years is that you are one of, but primarily the face of the DSM-EE programs at Kentucky Power. Is that fair enough? Okay.
Yes.
Is the item in 9A something necessarily, forgetting the last sentence, which I know is something additional, but is the first two sentences in A something that you think Kentucky Power was planning, that you have firsthand knowledge that Kentucky Power was planning on doing anyways?
Firsthand knowledge, maybe. We've talked about meeting with the collaborative, especially since we've just finished a market potential study, and we are looking to propose new programs in the first quarter.
Okay.
So we did want to reach out to interested parties before we actually filed that. So I don't know if those meetings were specifically identified in the settlement agreement as that's what they were thinking.
Okay. Do you know with B down here, whether as a result of your market potential study, whether you all had in mind that a particular portion of the funding, a specific portion of the funding, would go to low-income customers?
Could you restate that for me,
Yeah,
please?
in B, on that same page, it
Right.
talks about a specific percentage threshold, an amount that's effectively carved out exclusively for assistance to low-income customers.
Yeah.
As a result of this internal process that you said you guys have already kind of kicked off, did you already have a percent in mind of how much you would like to dedicate or carve off to low-income customers?
No, we did not.
Okay. Had you all had conversations around that? What your all's thoughts were?
Specifically for low income, we had not had any of those conversations.
The last sentence in that says, to qualify, a low-income customer's household income cannot exceed the designated poverty guidelines as administered by their local community action agency. Is that in reference, do you know, to the previous LIHEAP assistance thresholds?
I believe they coincide. I would have to refresh my memory what those guidelines were, but I believe it follows the Kentucky, State of Kentucky Weatherization Program, and it's, I believe it's the same, that mirrors those guidelines, our program versus the state's.
Yeah, so over time, there have been programs regarding 130, 150, I think even some programs that do 200% of the federal poverty guidelines. Do you know which one and if you don't, that's okay. We asked for it to come into a brief. What that guideline was intended to reflect? What that amount was supposed to be here?
As part of the settlement?
What that line is really referencing?
No, I do not know.
Okay. C there, I'm sorry, do you see item C, comma, there?
Yes,
that-
I see it.
Yeah, that mentions that the company will meet with interested parties.
Yes, I see that,
Okay.
sorry.
Is that something that you all would have done absent the settlement agreement?
That is something we're planning on doing.
Have you had conversations with inviting parties to help educate customers about opportunities as indicated in item D prior to the settlement agreement? Had you all talked about engaging certain, groups within the communities about helping them do outreach to potential folks to take advantage of these programs?
In the past, we've had collaborative meetings, there's been discussions, starting that back up again when we actually start having more than one DSM program. But I was not party to those discussions prior to the settlement agreement.
Okay. You heard Ms. Coburn's comments about weatherization, that she had heard sort of secondhand comments about how that was a big problem, that there was weatherization money available, and that, this is my characterization of her comments, but there would be money available for weatherization, and that they'd be unable to weatherize the homes because of health and safety issues. Did you hear that?
Yes, I heard that, I recall that.
Do you have firsthand knowledge of that being the case?
In the past, that has been an issue, but I also recall, part of your question, you're wondering if there was a percentage. I don't know that percentage. I haven't actually looked at those numbers recently. I don't deal on a day-to-day basis with the community action agencies, so I don't have those numbers in front of me. But I know it has been an issue in the past.
Were you watching the hearing yesterday?
Yes, I was.
Okay. So, something I came to terms with at the beginning of COVID, when we do all of this here in the room and we show things up on the wall, charts and stuff, I'm pretty sure it doesn't show up necessarily on the stream. But yesterday I had a chart, two charts up from responses to commission staffs 6-10 and 6-11. Do you remember those conversations?
Yes, I do.
And it showed since 2020, I think November of 2020, the usage of the average LIHEAP customer, which I think it's. Oh, thank you, Ms. Tessie. This is 610. This is the average usage since 17 of residential customers, RS customers, and then and we talked about how since 2020, the average in no month has ever been above 2,000 and never been above 1,000 for the troughs. Do you see that?
Yes, and I remember that.
Okay, and then the other chart, which was 611, I believe, has the LIHEAP customer that are the customers enrolled in LIHEAP in any given year and their usage.
Yeah, I recall that.
November of 20, and how if we go to the chart on that, the usage every winter is over 2,500 kilowatt hours, significantly over 2,500 kilowatt hours, and always above 1,000 even at the valleys. Do you see that?
Yeah, I do, I recall.
So LIHEAP customers use more on average in the peaks and the valleys of the year than the average residential customer, right?
Based upon those charts, yes.
Okay. And as a general matter, those LIHEAP customers, subject to the federal guidelines around, I think it's maybe the age of the home, but there's a significant overlap between the folks that can apply for and receive LIHEAP and those that can receive federally subsidized home weatherization. Would you agree?
I don't know the requirements to receive
That's
either.
fine. That's
Sorry.
I've got questions, and I think Mr. Vaughn's going to be the right person here in a minute about what kind of costs these drive, not just for these customers and the bills they get every month, but kind of system costs that significant usage drives. I guess I'm trying to have an appreciation for the DSM and EE side of this, where you have a particular group of you have a group of customers that are using significantly more electricity. And again, I'm going to talk to Mr. Vaughn about what costs those are driving and how those might be included in your DSM tests, the California tests.
Right.
But the way to reduce their usage, as I understand it, is for them to change the mechanism by which they produce heat in these winters, these excess 2,500 kilowatt hours, or cause them to just incur less electricity by making their homes more efficient. Is that your understanding as well?
Could you restate that?
Yeah,
I
it's like a
mean,
heat pump uses less electricity in the same general area to
Than a
heat the
standard
room
furnace.
than a furnace. That's what I'm trying to get to, right? Like that's one way to do it, and the other is to just need less heat because a particular area is keeping the heat. And my real question, what I'm trying to get to and lay an appropriate foundation for as why it relates to you, is when you got your study or your report back, your market
Potential study, yes.
potential study, what's in there on the front of low-income weatherization?
What's on the front?
Yeah, what's in there on that, related to that issue, low-income weatherization? Or frankly, weatherization aside, reducing low-income customers' usage?
I don't recall that off the top of my head, what was in there. I know they were asking to increase the amount being used to replace or upgrade the heating sources that you said. But I also know that from a DSM standpoint, that customers need insulation, like you said, need a more efficient insulation on their homes, or more insulation on their homes is another factor, I guess what we call building envelope. I
Okay.
don't know if that was identified in the market potential study, but I know that that is an issue also.
Okay. How long have you been at Kentucky Power?
Since 2010,
Okay. How long have you been working in the DSME space?
since a little bit before 2010.
Okay. Do you remember the $6 million a year settlement provision from one of the cases in 2014?
I remember the increase in the spend, but I don't remember the case. But I do remember that we had a roughly $3 million budget for DSM, and the commission wanted us to increase that to $6 million over 3 years.
Okay. You don't remember that it was a result of a settlement agreement or anything like that?
Yeah, I don't remember how that
Okay.
came to be.
That's fine. Well, then I'm not gonna ask you questions that put you on the spot that you don't necessarily have memory of. The 21% in the settlement agreement, I ask people this question all day, including council, how'd you come up with this? And the settlement said, they're not gonna tell me. So that's the situation with settlement agreements, okay? I wanna have an appreciation that I asked you, did you all have an internal thought about how much you all would carve off for low-income programs before the settlement? You said you hadn't had that conversation, right?
We hadn't had that conversation, and I was not part of the settlement discussions, so.
Yeah, I guess what I'm curious about is, how would you determine what portion of a total budget should go to any particular item in terms of DSME? Like, I genuinely don't have an appreciation for how those are prioritized or spread out.
Typically in the past, when we went for a DSM budget, we look at the programs and what can be offered in those programs. And then you look at the cost pretty much associated with each program, maybe on an average household. And then they look at then we look at how many participants can actually be implemented or take advantage of those programs in a year, and that's how we have based the programs budgets on in the past. But when it comes specifically to low income, it's still dependent on the community action agencies and their staffing that they have. It's, I could put money at them all day, but if they don't have their crews to do the weatherization program, then I'm sitting on money that can be used for other programs.
So I guess, let's take a big step back, and I'm going to ask as a post-hearing data request, your market potential study, market potential evaluation that
Yes.
that you all received. You would agree that customers use electricity, I mean, there is no residential customers are not all the same in terms of how they use electricity. Would you agree?
I would agree.
Yeah, so people work at different times of the day, people have different preferences of how they like what temperature they like their house. Some people's house that you walk in and it's like the Amazon, some people it's very, very cold. Yeah, cold like up here. So all of those affect the system differently in terms of one customer maybe using it in a way that actually benefits the rest of the system, maybe at times of lowest peak need. Some may be using electricity at different times. Is it up to the company or the consultant to identify particular groups within classes or within tariff groups that have unique potential in terms of cost-effective DSM and energy efficiency?
It's usually up to the consultants. If they're identifying the program and what's being used, the consultants use the data from, Kentucky Power or AEP, whatever it happens to be, and they determine it based on their knowledge and how they do the analysis.
Okay. And then you all just provide the avoided cost information to them, or do they come up with that on their own?
We have input into it. I'm not exactly sure who actually provides the avoided cost.
Okay.
I don't recall off the top of my head who would. It may have been us. I wasn't the one who sent it, so I don't know.
That's okay. The information about how many walkaways or whatever you want to call it, how many times folks go out to try to weatherize homes in your territory, customers of yours, that's what I'm really trying to,
Right.
your customers, and the number of homes they are not able to, that's a document or information that Kentucky Power does not have, but instead your community action agencies have?
The community action agencies, I don't know if they keep track of it. I know there has been discussions in the past, so I'm assuming they track it at least at on some level, but I don't have that off the top of my head.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bishop.
It's me.
Ms. Glass?
I do have some redirect questions. Mr. Bishop, do you still have your settlement agreement open to page 14 that the chairman was asking you about?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so I'm looking at the paragraphs in section 9 that he was asking you about. You see those?
Yes, I do.
Is it your understanding, absent the settlement agreement, would the company have any obligation to do any of the things included in section 9 here?
To my understanding, no, the company would not have an obligation to fulfill those requirements.
Okay, thank you. But the fact that they've been agreed to in the settlement agreement, that solidifies a commitment to do those things, correct?
That is correct,
As long as it's approved by the commission.
as long as it's approved by the commission.
Okay, specifically with respect to section 9B and the last sentence of that paragraph, do you see that?
Yes,
It says to qualify, a low-income customer's household income cannot exceed the designated poverty guidelines as administered by their local community action agency, right?
Yes, I see that.
Do you happen to have a full copy of the settlement agreement in front of you that includes the proposed tariff pages?
No, I do not.
Okay, that's okay. Would, would you agree that that language is pulled from Kentucky Power's tariff DSMC, Demand Side Management Adjustment Clause, specifically from the T program page? Does that ring a bell?
Yes, it does.
Okay. With respect to the market potential study, of course, the company will provide a copy of that as opposed to hearing data requests in this case, but is it your understanding that a copy of that market potential study has been filed by the company in its last DSM case, which would be case number 2022-392?
Yes, it has been.
And is it your recollection that the company would have filed that in about August of this year?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Anything else? All right, thank you.
May Mr. Bishop be excused?
I'd like Mr. Bishop to stick around just for a little bit.
Certainly.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop. All right. Did you have to call Mr. Kearns?
Yes, sir. Company calls Tim Kearns.
So as Mr. Kearns is approaching, I have, I say a hard stop. We need to take our next break at about 3. I've got something I've got to do from about 3 to 3:30, and then we'll come back at 3:30 and finish through the rest of the day until 4:30. So just want to, if we're in the middle of a cross, then we'll just have to stop.
Okay.
All right, please raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
All right, please have a seat and state your name and business address for the record.
My name is Timothy Kearns. My business address is 200 Association Drive, Charleston, West Virginia, 25311. I'm employed by the American Electric Power Service Corporation as Vice President of Generating Assets for Appalachian Power and Wheeling Power.
Mr. Gish?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Kearns. Did you cause direct testimony and responses to data requests to be filed in this case?
Yes, I did.
And do you have any corrections to your testimony or responses to data requests?
Yes, I do. I have 3.
Yeah, could you please identify the first correction?
Yes, that would be on page 21 of my direct testimony, line 3.
And what is the correction?
The date listed on line 3 is September 9, 2022. That date should be September 10 of 2022.
And what is your second correction?
My second correction is on page 23 of my direct, line 10.
And what is the correction there?
The date indicated in my testimony is December 6, 2022. The correct date is December 2nd, 2022.
Thank you, Mr. Kearns. And your final correction?
My final correction is in my response to data request to Walmart 1-8.
What was the change there?
The very last sentence of my response indicates that PJM approved the extension on December 6th of 2022. The correct date is December 2nd, 2022.
Thank you, Mr. Kearns. If I were to ask you the same, subject to the corrections you just made, if I were to ask you the same questions that were in your direct testimony and in your data requests, would you give the same answers?
Yes, I would.
Mr. Chairman, the witness is available for cross-examination.
All right, I'd ask Mr. Gish, as I mentioned yesterday, within 5 days, if you would file those.
Of course,
in a
absolutely,
formal written
Absolutely.
manner, that'd be appreciated. Vice Chair? Mr. Kearns, how are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I don't know. It's
Well, then I don't know either.
day to day. Do you have technically the same title at Wheeling and APCO that you used to have at Kentucky Power?
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right. And is your switch at all related to the change to Wheeling as the operator of the Mitchell Power Plant, or is it due to other reasons?
Other reasons. My peer who had APCO previously, has retired, and so I moved over to APCO and just kept wheeling.
Okay. And did somebody backfill your position at Kentucky Power?
They have.
Okay. Are they in charge of the Kentucky Power portion? I guess I'm trying to, before you switched over earlier this year, did you have oversight over Big Sandy and the Kentucky Power portion of Mitchell, or since Wheeling is the operator of Mitchell, only the Big Sandy Power Plant?
We don't split the responsibility based on company ownership. The responsibility for Mitchell goes with a single person. So I had it as the VP for Kentucky Power. I retained the Mitchell plant as the VP for Wheeling Power.
Okay, so it didn't even switch over with technically who the operator is then? It's just a designation for one of those vice presidents?
That's correct.
Okay. Mitchell has 2 units, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Over the last 10 years, one unit has operated at a higher capacity factor than the other. Would you agree?
Without having that data in front of me, I would say that yes, generally I agree.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I'm going from memory here too, because you and I have had this line of questioning before in a different case,
Yes,
right?
that's
Okay.
correct.
And
I
just-
would agree that Unit 2, from what I recall,
Yeah.
has operated at a higher capacity factor, higher availability, and a lower E4 generally over that period of time than
Yeah.
Unit 1.
Unit 1 has struggled relative to Unit 2, and I think your testimony in previous cases is there were just mechanical issues that have, plagued is going to be my word, but that have affected Unit 1 over the last number of years, but that have been addressed as they've come up. Is that right?
That's correct.
And I think I remember your testimony being something like, past is not, this is my characterization, but basically past is not prologue in the sense that just because Unit 1 had problems and we've now fixed them, doesn't mean Unit 2 is necessarily better, because it's just as likely that Unit 2 might end up having those problems going forward. Do you remember that?
I do. I mean, there's some equipment differences between the 2 units, so to say that what you see on Unit 1, you will see on Unit 2 may not be a fair characterization, but to the degree that the units are very similar design and burn the same fuel, you could expect to have the same, and the same age, you could expect to see the same things.
You are I won't call it an interloper, but you're part of the Mitchell operating committee?
Yes.
But you're just there to watch? You're an ex officio member, you're a non-voting member of the Mitchell operating committee, right?
Yeah, that's true. I'm the agent's representative. The committee's made up of a voting member from each of the operating companies and then a representative from AEP, and I'm referred to as the agent's representative. I'm the representative and non-voting member.
Non-voting member. And so there are 3 members of the Mitchell operating committee?
Yes, that's correct, and a backup.
A backup for
For
you
each
or a
of
backup for them?
No, for them.
Okay, so they have a primary and an alternate, and you're the agent's
representative.
Agent's representative as a ex officio, or a non-voting member?
That's correct.
Okay. So there are 2 votes?
That's correct.
Okay. So it's either unanimous or tied?
That's correct.
Okay. You're not a tie-break, you're not a non-voting unless they can't agree?
No.
Are there any costs? Take a big step back. You have general, in whatever form it is today, you have a general understanding of the Mitchell operating agreement?
I do.
Okay. There's provisions in what I believe to be the current Mitchell operating agreement that basically says that if one side goes ahead with a cost that the other side doesn't necessarily agree with, that the side that goes ahead with that cost pays for that.
Yes, there
Generally-
are some other qualifiers, but yes, yeah.
Without the document in front of us, that's the gist of it. Would you agree?
Exactly. Yes.
Okay, great. Other than the environmental compliance costs that the Kentucky Commission and the West Virginia Commission disagreed with regards to Mitchell, and I believe it was related to ELG.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Are there any other costs that you're aware of or investments that Wheeling has made in Mitchell unrelated to ELG, or not specifically related to that Kentucky Power has not also paid for?
None that I'm aware of.
Okay. So if this whole this whole Mitchell situation, and that's my characterization, but all of this Mitchell situation Still, the only difference between the two utilities position as it relates to Mitchell and the operations and the cost exclusively relate to that single ELG investment, correct?
That's correct with, I'll caveat it to say that Kentucky Power has paid for their portion of the other investments, the capital projects, aside from ELG, but at a different rate. It's prorated or ratably allocated out to the December 31st of 2028 amount. So if you're asking me that it's been paid, that say a routine capital project has been billed at 50/50 since September 1st of 2022, that's not the case.
So I guess that's news to me.
Okay.
Is that a new agreement?
No, it's the original agreement, but it's the consent action that was approved by the operating committee on September 1st of 22 that accounts for the fact that Kentucky Power won't pay for any of the ELG-related costs. They'll split the CCR-related costs 50/50. And then any project that has a depreciable life that goes beyond December 31st of 2028 will be, it's 50/50 and then ratably allocated to Kentucky Power based on the useful life to Kentucky Power between now and the end of the year.
Is that an addendum or an amendment to the Mitchell operating agreement?
It's neither. It's a consent action that was.
I suspect it's neither, because I'm pretty sure this commission has said that amendments to the Mitchell operating agreement would need to be brought to the commission for consideration. Don't you agree with that?
I would.
So this is a whole separate agreement, but it effectively modifies the Mitchell operating agreement. Is that your understanding?
It was a resolution to the commission's order to transfer everything over to Wheeling Power as it relates to ELG. Permits, leases, and then we ultimately transferred the operatorship over to Wheeling Power.
I would assume, Mr. Gish, that you don't believe this consent agreement is currently in the record here?
It's been filed with,
Filed somewhere. We can figure out where it's been filed.
yeah.
Yeah. So I'd like to ask that as a post-hearing data request.
So, Mr. Chairman, it was part of my response.
In this case?
Yes, to joint interveners, second request, JI 2-12. Attachment 2.
Sorry, you're gonna have to, that's a, that is an Easter egg hunt that I'm gonna have to make right now. Joint interveners 2-12, attachment 2. Is that right?
Yes. Dated September 11th of this year.
I just want to make sure I have an appreciation, Ms. Glass. When you say this has been filed, you're referring to this data request response or in a different proceeding?
I'm confirming whether it's been filed somewhere else.
Would you agree that December 31, 2028, in regards to the Mitchell operating plant and ELG compliance and retirement and operation and all of that, exclusively dealt with the EPA rules regarding when a non-compliant ELG coal-fired plant would have to cease operation?
Yes, that's my understanding.
That's where that date comes from, was from the ELG rule regarding compliance or non-compliance, correct?
That's correct.
Great. Mr. Gish, I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. I'm going to give you an opportunity to do the redirect that you'd like. I'm not going to dismiss Mr. Kearns from the hearing after his cross-examination. And I think that once I actually have an opportunity to review this consent agreement, there's a good chance that I actually that the commission will seek to recall Mr. Kearns. I guess one way or another, we'll seek to recall Mr. Kearns in this case. So I guess what I'm asking is, after this cross-examination, is the company, for lack of a better term, fine with us recalling at our discretion, Mr. Kearns? Well, I'll just end it like that, because I don't want to have to draft an entire subpoena just to ask a person to stick around after you are finished with the case.
Absolutely. We're happy to have him hang around and remain here as necessary. We will track down where this was filed in the record in addition to the data request, this consent action.
Mr. Gish, do you have any redirect to Mr. Kearns? Of course, if we recall Mr. Kearns, you'll certainly have an opportunity to provide additional redirect.
Mr. Kearns, your understanding that the consent action itself is not an agreement?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
Is your understanding that the consent action itself is not an agreement? The consent action?
No, it's not titled an agreement. It was a meeting of the operating committee and resolved issues that were put before us from both commissions when they, out of the operating agreement hearings where the suggestions were materially different. And so we simply said, we'll continue to operate under the existing agreement with these resolutions.
Understood. That's all the redirect I have.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Mr. Kearns. I would ask you to stick around when I actually have a chance to read the consent agreement.
Thank you.
Thank you. Might as well get started on Mr. Vaughn. Mr. Gish?
If I may, Your Honor, just to help you in locating the consent action, if you haven't already, it was also filed as Exhibit V to Section 2 of the company's application in this case, pages 28 to 32.
Okay.
And
That's the other place that you all were aware that it's filed, is that?
it was filed at some point in 2021 or early 2022 in one of the either Mitchell or Kentucky Power Transfer related dockets. We'll confirm which docket that was during the break, and we can provide that information to the
Okay,
commission as well.
because,
That's my recollection at least.
yeah, the only reason I say because is because, it's a September 1, 2022 document. So that would have been naturally after the May 4th order in the transfer case, I think.
We'll track it down.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Gish?
Yes, sir. Company calls Alex Vaughn.
Exhibit V, V as in Victor. Maybe it's section, I think it's actually technically the application section. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, please have a seat and state your name and address for the record.
My name is Alex Vaughn. My business address is 1 Riverside Plaza, Columbus, Ohio.
How many years has it been, Mr. Vaughn, since you were not the last witness in a Kentucky Power rate case?
They all blur together. I don't know.
All right.
But not
Mr.
this
Gish,
year.
Any questions?
Yes, I do. Mr. Vaughn, can you please state your title and your employer?
I am employed by American Electric Power Service Corporation as the Managing Director of Renewables and Fuel Strategy.
And did you have direct testimony, rebuttal testimony, and responses to data requests filed in this case?
I did.
And do you have any corrections or updates to that testimony?
I have one small correction. Page 21 of my direct testimony at line 19.
And what is that correction?
The 67% should be 100%.
Okay, thank you. And if I were to ask you the same questions that are in your direct testimony, rebuttal testimony, and in your response that led to the responses to data requests, would you give the same responses?
Yes, I would.
With the understanding they will provide an updated draft of Mr. Vaughn's testimony with the correction, the witness. Actually, before we get to that point, I have a couple questions, even before then, Mr. Vaughn. You were here yesterday when you heard Company Witness West, the commission asked Company Witness West questions regarding the directional cost of purchase power. You were familiar with those questions?
Yeah, I was not in the room, but I was watching. Yes.
And Company Witness West suggested that you would be the person to answer those questions. Is that correct?
He did.
Yes. And can you explain the directional change in purchase power costs?
I can, yes. So from 2022 to 2023, we've seen a large decrease in total, let's just call it total energy supply cost, which includes purchase power and fuel, specifically post December when the Rockport UPA ended. There's been a pretty big decrease. If you compare year over year, total FAC fuel rates for customers, they've decreased quite a bit. In 23, an average Kentucky Power customer would have paid, residential customer would have paid $177 less for the whole year in fuel charges than it did in 2022. And just in general, for the 12 months ended September here, purchase power and fuel costs are roughly $96 million less for the last 12 months compared to the previous 12 months. So it's been a pretty good decrease.
And that amount that during the last 12 months of the purchase power and fuel costs, does that include the costs, the cost of the purchase power during Winter Storm Elliott?
Yeah, those are book costs that I just referenced, the $96 million cheaper. So it includes the amount that the company expensed that wasn't recovered. Yes.
And then you also heard questions from the commission to Company Witness Wiseman regarding comparisons of the cost structure between Kentucky Power Company and Big Sandy Rural Electric Cooperative. Is that correct?
Yes, I was watching that as well.
Okay. And have you been able to at least review the publicly available data regarding Big Sandy Renewable Energy Cooperative's costs?
Yeah, myself and the Kentucky Power team last night went through the Public Service Commission annual report statistics that I think they were quoting in that discussion. And if you compare Kentucky Power's total average rate, so all of its usage, all of its revenues, which are shown on those reports, to Big Sandy REC, the Grayson REC, and the Licking REC, the three that are directly adjacent to the company. For 2022 and going back 10 years, the company's average rates are cheaper than all three of those over the entire period, not just last year.
Great, thank you. And did you prepare any documents that show that comparison?
Yeah, we used, yes, you have a summary of the document of that comparison that's sourced from the Public Service Commission's website.
And I'm going to ask Ms. Blend to pass this document around, and we would ask for it to be entered as Company Exhibit 1.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Right.
You have a copy of it, Mr. Burns?
So,
So marked, would you like to, you formally move?
yeah, formally move to introduce this into the record.
Sorry, and, so you all can't object. Is there any objection, Ms. Temple?
No.
All right, so marked as Kentucky Powers here, Exhibit 1.
Yes.
All right,
And with those handoffs are addressed, the witness is available for cross-examination.
Ms. Temple? Ms. Tussey?
Thank you. Mr. Vaughn, I want to start with the solar garden. I just had a couple of quick questions with regard to it first. In your direct testimony at page 34, you mentioned that the energy benefit would be credited to low-income customers and recovered by Kentucky Power through the tariff PPA. But you made a face when I said that, so obviously I think you're aware that in staff's response to staff's DR, the third request, item 28, it stated that it would be recovered through a separate tariff provision, the tariff RS.
Yeah, I'm sorry, that should say on line 15, it should be tariff FAC, right? Because the energy benefit is going to manifest in the FAC as reduced fuel and purchase power costs, so you're going to remove half of it from there and credit the other half if that low income provision is approved to the qualifying customers. The confusion on my part is that we were requesting the cost of service of the Solar Gardens projects and the other benefits that would manifest in the cost of service to be run through tariff PPA.
Okay, and I appreciate the clarification, and can you tell me a little bit more about what that credit would actually look like to the customers? Like how would you go about doing what you've proposed to do?
Yeah, I'm going to point you to a data request answer once I find it. Yeah, so the amount will be determined based on a 12-month trailing actual energy amount and what the value of that energy was based on the applicable day-ahead LMP.
I guess my question's more even basic than that. Like how would you select the customers who would receive the low income credit? Would they have to sign up or go through a community?
No, so that's covered on page 33 at the bottom of my direct testimony, is that I think it's you're automatically opted in if you are a LIHEAP participant with the company. We are going to credit your bill for this. That's how it was included in the testimony, and that was the intent. So participation in LIHEAP as of December 31.
Does that disqualify other low income people though? Because it's obvious that LIHEAP doesn't cover all of people who clearly need the financial assistance. Does that make sense?
We appreciate that. The problem with low income rates or credit structures is that you have to qualify customers. And you have not just the company, but you have the community action groups that help qualify customers for these programs. And so it's a large administrative cost to try and do that. So we were trying to keep costs low, keep this simple. So we have a population of known low-income customers, which are those that qualify for that are receiving LIHEAP benefits. Like, we can identify those in our billing system. We already know that. So that is what we propose is that standard. I mean, we're willing to adopt some other standard, but we would need assistance from other entities outside of Kentucky Power to help qualify those customers, and then it may cost us more money administratively to then bill those customers, whether it's through manual billing or having to do some upgrade to a tariff structure, an IT program to then flag those new accounts outside of LIHEAP to receive the credit. So again, it was the proposal centered around being practical and being able to implement.
Okay. I know the chairman said he had a stop at 3, and we could get into the hedging, or we can wait.
Let's wait until after 3. We'll come back, we'll take a short recess until 3:30, and then we'll push through until 4:30.
Before we go off the record, we have the information when this was filed with the commission.
In the 10-day update in 2021-370,
Yes,
Precisely.
September 1st, 2022.
I beat you to it. I just was letting you sweat a
But we
little
just,
bit.
we couldn't, Rob.
No, we appreciate
Yeah,
that.
of course.
I say we beat you to it. Ms. Vince will beat us to it. All right, so we will take a short recess until 3:30, and we'll come back then. So we're back on the record in case number 2023-00159, council.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Vaughn, I'm gonna move on to the hedging. And I believe my first set of questions will come from approximately page 20 of your direct testimony.
Okay.
Just generally, I know that you provided a chart with the 3 intervals and the length of time for each interval. And I don't know if it was clear exactly, do you all intend on this to be an ongoing every 3-year program?
Yes, as proposed, the program would be one continuous implemented program until either the company proposed to discontinue it or the commission ordered us to.
Okay. Can you explain then, because I think one of the parts of the equation is the generation from Mitchell and Big Sandy. Can you explain how you intend to change or adjust it then? If it's supposed to be ongoing?
Is it the generation from
Yes.
those plants?
Yes.
Yeah, so the hedge intervals are intended to show the 36-month, the 18-month, and the 6-month intervals are intended to show at that period of time how much of the company's expected load in the future that we would like to have hedged from a just from a volumetric standpoint. So in that first interval, it's 33%, in the second interval, it's 67%. And so in that calculation is what is the potential generation off of the Mitchell plant, of Kentucky Power share of the Mitchell plant, and the Big Sandy Unit 1 gas plant. And that's based on fuel that we have secured at the time. So under contract fuel. And so when we look at this for Kentucky Power, we really don't see a whole lot, if any, financial power transaction needs in those first two intervals, as we've, I think, indicated in the testimony and in discovery. The potential generation off those units is enough to cover that 67% in hedge interval 2. So really, you're looking to layer in financial power hedges 6 months out to cover that third interval. And there's going to be changes there where if Mr. Kearns has some long outage at one of those plants, or I guess not Mr. Kearns now, but his successor here has a long planned outage at one of those plants, you could potentially see financial power in, say, interval 2. If that changed, we would unwind that position. It's something that the commercial operations group would actively manage.
Okay, so maybe I didn't ask my question the right way. I guess I was asking if this was supposed to be an ongoing plan, what effect would the Mitchell in 2028, whatever you all want to call your plans with it, you all exiting Mitchell in 2028, how would that affect this calculation?
Gotcha. Yes,
Sorry.
that's a different question.
Sorry.
Certainly, though. So I would also expect, besides Mitchell to not be there in 2028, the company has an RFP out, and we've already indicated we'll be bringing a case next year for new, longer-term replacement resources for both, potentially Mitchell and the Rockport UPA that went away in 2022. So whatever those new resources are, those would be factored into the hedge position. So whatever the company's contracted for resources are, those would go into the hedge interval and hedge percentage calculation as this program went on.
Okay, so in your little calculation at the bottom of page 20, instead of, I think it was 20, sorry, yes, 20. Instead of it actually being the forecasted Big Sandy and Mitchell generation, you are actually saying that it's basically all generation that you could count on or have.
That we either own or have contracted
Right.
for. So
Yeah.
so yes, a more generic, that's how it is today and would be through 2028, but potentially it'll change between now and then, right, if we add contracted for resources. So you could change that equation to say forecasted generation from all contracted known generation, supply resources, however you'd like to. But yes, those would be included.
Okay. And then moving on to the page 20, I think it's on 23 of your direct testimony. You provide information related to the fuel rate variance. I think it's toward the bottom. And, sorry, I didn't realize you were there. You mentioned that with hedging, it is 21%, and without hedging, it's 28%. What does that actually look like fuel price wise? Does that make sense? Like, what does that look like for what you're paying for your fuel prices?
Yeah, so it's a more stable fuel price over time. So you're gonna have, whether, we're not saying it's gonna be an overall lower fuel price over time, because there's a cost that comes with hedging, but you're reducing the volatility. So think of the monthly surcharges that Kentucky Power submits to the commission that we charge through the FAC. And regardless of what the average is, say the average over time is $10 a megawatt hour, or the FAC rate. Without hedging, I would expect the monthly variations in that rate to be greater than with the hedging program. It may, the average rate may still be 10, but a customer may not pay 20 in one month and 8 the next month. We would expect it to be more level. So less fuel cost variation, less bill variation.
Well,
Ms. Tussey, can I ask a question here?
yeah.
Sorry. Mr. Font, if, details to be determined per the questions I'm about to ask you. But if the fuel adjustment clause wasn't in the form that it's currently, where it's based on an objectively incorrect billing determinants that's unrelated to the month in which it's actually going to be charged, and it wasn't a two-lay delay for recovery of costs, and instead was based off, just as an example, based off expected billing determinants for the month in which it's actually going to be in effect, and was like a rolling 12-month average type example, right? Where instead of it being exclusively based on the last 2 months, but instead every month that you charge it, 1 month drops off, you pick another month, the cost's up without the swings up and down depending on previous billing determinants that went unbilled or overbilled, and without consideration of the fact that some months you incur significantly more power expense as opposed to others. Would that alleviate many of the problems that you've identified that the hedging fixes?
It would eliminate part of the variability in the rate, but it wouldn't impact the overall costs. I agree, there's definitely changes we could make to the FAC structure that could eliminate some of the volatility, like those you just discussed, but you're just, that's just rate making. Mm-hmm. You're not changing the numerator in the cost equation there. The hedging would look to have added reduction in volatility there by trying to normalize or reduce the volatility in the expense month.
Yeah, but you would have to beat, can you be good at hedging and be bad at hedging?
I think you can have a good program or a bad program from a structure standpoint, but you can't, no one should come in here, and the company certainly isn't coming in here and telling you we're gonna beat the market every time. We're saying there's a cost to this, right? Because the counterparties you're hedging with, they price in risk, right? I mean, you have to have a market to transact in, and we're transacting in forward power. If we were always right, or we always knew what the outcome would be, we wouldn't be doing this. We always say that.
You'd
right?
be on a beach somewhere.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah. I love this, but I love beaches too, and so it's all about the program and what you come up with something that's reasonable and has a structure to it, and you stick with it. You get everybody's buy-in, and you stick with it. That to me is a good program. The outcome is going to change, like we demonstrate in my testimony. There's times when the hedges would have been way in the money in 2022, and there's times where they would be way out of the money, where, as you were purchasing in 2022, and then realized prices fell off in January of '23 when gas went down.
Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to figure out is long-term, over a period of time, and I don't know what long-term is in this sense, 5 months, 6 months, 12 months, whatever it is. Do you expect that the numerator is going to be higher or lower for a hedge position versus an unhedged position? Are you effectively, through that hedge, paying a premium equal to or in excess of what the experienced volatility would have been?
Can you repeat that?
Yeah. I guess what I'm trying to find out, you were saying that on the cost recovery, reducing the volatility on the cost recovery doesn't change the numerator, right? And what I'm asking for is being in a, let's call it the status quo, versus your proposed hedge or hedging program. Do you expect that the numerator will be larger under a hedging program than it would be, or lower, larger or smaller, than the status quo or the counterfactual of what's going on today?
I would expect that it's higher in some months and lower in some months, and that over time, hopefully it's relatively neutral, but I would expect there to be a small premium to the status quo. Again, that's the cost of certainty and reducing volatility.
So that's why I really want to ask, the difference between what I described and what you described, the difference between reducing volatility through the mechanism in which the costs are recovered, versus you're talking about reducing volatility for the cost incurred at the wholesale level. The difference is who's incurring actual volatility. That in my example, the company, Kentucky Power, would still be incurring the volatility, but they'd be recovering it in a more levelized manner. Whereas in your proposal, the company is actually incurring their costs in a less volatile manner. Would you agree?
I mean, I think it's both, honestly. I mean, it's right. You can reduce volatility through both means, and whatever we incur, it's different from what we collect, right? We defer, and so it's really just a timing difference.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
And so you can look at it in both ways, where you try to make the calculation more levelized, more normal for customers, but you can also look to normalize the costs.
Yeah, and I guess that's really what I would assume, that there is going to be some premium in that numerator over a hedging program than alternative. But the question is, my question is it going to be higher or is it going to be lower? Is the required return that the folks that are giving you those the counterparties that you have, is their required return effectively higher than the company's own carrying costs for carrying that volatility and only recovering it on a levelized basis?
I mean, you don't know. That's the thing. Like they're going to lose on some, they're going to win on some, right? Because it's a fixed for floating swap. You're trading a floating price for a fixed price, and my answer to your first question would be yes. It's going to be higher and it's going to be lower, and I mean that's why we're here asking for the program to see what the appetite of the commission is and stakeholders. It wasn't something we just wanted to engage in because we acknowledge there's probably a cost to reducing volatility.
Yeah. Do you all do this elsewhere? I mean, are you all in the power market, absent selling in the day ahead and then buying back what your expected demand is going to be less? Well, and then the difference, of course, being taken care of that in the real time. Are you all actively engaged in these types of programs in other jurisdictions or in other states or anywhere else?
Yes.
Okay.
The commercial operations group is in this market.
Is there either by year, by season, or a multi-year average of an observed premium that's being paid for these types of hedges over real-time power prices or day-ahead power prices?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, you all can't say, over the past 2 years, we're paying effectively a 2% premium over the megawatt hour, the real-time megawatt hour cost of power in order to have a set price?
I can tell you what we observed last year, as the 2020 was an outlier, right, in recent history, 2022. Well, 2020 was an outlier as well, but the other way. It was very, very depressed power markets, but in 2022, when I'll call it all the stakeholders internally to AEP, so our operating company personnel, our commercial personnel, the central regulatory folks, fuel procurement, when we all get together every month and discuss options for power supply during a very volatile commodity environment like 2022, it was fairly common to observe a pretty large premium in the forward power market, which is why a lot of times we did not transact in that market, because we observed over and over again that during that time, the forward price that was bid on the exchanges came in relatively higher than realized real-time prices, which were still very high for recent history, but there was a premium there, and it's because the market was very volatile.
To your comments earlier, do you follow the IMM's reports that he does?
The Independent Market Monitor,
The
and PJM?
PJM Independent Market Monitor.
Is that the state of the market report you're referring to?
Yeah, he does quarterly ones, and then the entity monitoring analytics does quarterly reports and then annual reports.
Yeah, I don't read the quarterly ones generally, but I'm very familiar with the very large annual reports. Yes.
Yeah. So like if you heard, for instance, that the first 3 months of 2023, that the all-in megawatt hour power price was something like 70% less than the annual cost in 2022, that wouldn't surprise you based off of your observation.
No, because I think at some point in 2022, it was well over 100% higher than it was the previous year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when you're talking about these tranches, I'll call them tranches, but whatever they are, is that effectively 1 year, 1 year, 1 year? Or is it just 3 equal length periods that you're talking about looking out?
Well, we're looking out over those at these for various points in time. At 36 months, we're doing it every month. That's the short answer. It's going to happen every month.
Okay.
And you're looking out 36 months, 18 months, and 6 months. And as we've said, we would expect the financial transactions to happen in that 6-month look majority time.
I'm sorry, just to this is maybe more complex than it took away when, even as complex as it sounds in your testimony. You're going to have laddered hedges that you look into every single month out 3 years.
So if you go back to page 20 in my direct, we're showing that target hedge percent.
Yeah, the third.
Yep. And
Let
so
me
our
pull it up here.
expectation is, based on our current supply portfolio, that we're generally not going to need to engage in any financial power transactions except for that third tranche. So
What page is that on? I'm sorry, I'm going from memory on the third.
page 20, AEV 5, so that interval 3 where you're 6 months,
Yeah.
6-month prior flow. So as you're sitting here, in December, you're looking out May, June of next year, right? And so you would look, you're also looking out at 18 and 36 months from now, but your analysis, your hedge position is going to show you don't need, generally speaking, you don't need financial power transaction for those farther off in the future periods of time. And so you're layering in month by month transactions 6 months ahead of flow.
Okay, so let me ask this question. For a particular month, do you have four different hedge likelihoods that you're either 0% hedged, 100% hedged, 33% hedged, or 66% hedged by the time you come to the first delivery day of that month? Are those the 4 options when you get to the first day of each month?
I don't know about the 4th, but I mean, in theory, you could, let's say there is some weird instance in the company's proposed program, you could have 3 layered financial power transactions for a flow month, and one occurred 3 years out, one occurred 18 months out, and one occurred 6 months out to stack up to that 100% hedge position.
Yeah.
But we don't expect that to be normal or to occur.
Okay, so the other question is, a third win. So, I mean that, the win is, when do you determine what a third is of a particular month? So you're gonna have to determine 3 years out what you expect your demand to be in that month, correct?
Yes.
Okay, And then you get through 18 months and you go, oh boy, 18 months has gone by quick. We expect demand to be, I don't know, 10% more in that month. Are you looking at that point to work on the 67% of the demand you expected in that 18 month, or the 67% of the demand you previously thought in 36 months out from that delivery month?
The answer is yes. I mean, you're gonna update for all known changes in that second hedge interval. So if demand has gone up or down, or if the resource availability has gone up or down, you're gonna change. You could potentially change, either unwind a hedge or add on another hedge because of that change.
Okay.
Right, you're always trying to operate with the best data available to you when you're making these decisions. And so if the load for, like, say you added a large customer or something, or you had load growth between the first interval and the second interval, it's going to change that your target hedge position, and so you're going to adjust that.
Interval 1 is 3 years ahead of the delivery month, right?
Yes,
Interval 2 is 18 months.
Yes.
If your transaction at 36 months starts looking very, very bad at some point prior to 18 months,
Yeah.
are you waiting until 18 months under your proposed program to get out of that position? Or are you looking at it in the interim between 18 months, 36 months out and 18 months out as to what you should do in that position?
I don't think, as we've proposed, we would be making those kinds of judgments against. I mean, you would have to have some very large market shift, because to say, all right, well, these vintage transactions are now bad, like they can't be expected to be close, because as we've seen, right, between 2020 and 2022, we saw both historic lows and historic highs in energy supply costs. And so you could have done some stuff in 2022 that seemed high and then turned out to be really economic in 2022. I mean, they're commodities, they're volatile. So that way we're not expecting to be making a lot of forward transactions because we have coverage with the current
In the short term.
portfolio. Yeah, in intervals 1 and 2. And honestly, I don't even know if we would get, if there would be a large amount of supply in the financial market for something 36 months ahead of flow, or it might be at such a premium and we decide not to transact.
Yeah, the other side of this is, these are all financial transactions.
Yes.
Are they effectively financial transactions that are, I mean, what's the, at some point there has to be, no, I guess it doesn't. I was gonna say, at some point there has to be something underneath the significant, all of the different levels of financial transactions that's, like you mentioned earlier, maybe fuel, that somebody is taking their insurance, basically, they're selling you something and they're going and they're hedging their own bet by purchasing forwards on fuel or selling forwards on fuel, right? Are you all planning on strictly doing financial transactions, or are you also talking about hedging through purchases of commodities or transacting in commodity options?
So I think we answered that in one of the data requests. I think it was the staff set 3.
326, I believe.
Bear with me.
Yeah. Mr. Vaughn, I think it's 326.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, so yes, staff 326, the company's response, we have evaluated the use of financial natural gas products as well. And after a review of the liquidity of these markets and associated premiums relative to their efficacy for hedging the load, the company decided not to use these instruments types at this time. If the market changes for these instruments, the company may seek approval to use them in the future. So the ask in this program today is just for financial power, because we do have coal and natural gas hedges kind of implicitly included in the program already through the fuel supply procurement for the Mitchell plant and for Big Sandy.
Okay. These financial products will all be trying to say this correctly, deliverable to your all's nodes?
No.
Whose risk? Is there? That's what. Is there a risk of deliverability or congestion with regards to these financial products?
So there's no deliverability because, like you said, it's all financial, right? We are going to purchase spot market energy for the physical energy is going to come at our load aggregate. That's our pricing point. The AEP Dayton hub, which we generally refer to as AD hub, and the PJM West hub are the two liquid trading hubs that you can generally transact at with a counterparty. PJM West hub being more liquid, and there's what we refer to as basis when it's financial versus congestion, right? You're not physically moving electrons, but just a history of the difference in pricing, right? There's a little bit of basis there. I think there's like $1 a megawatt hour ish of historic basis between AD hub and the PJM West hub, but our risk team, when we do these types of analysis and look at implementing these kinds of programs, they do a review and see, well, is this product you're using that you want to use to hedge this other product, do they correlate enough? Is it a reasonable tool for what you're trying to do?
Yeah, and that's what I'm asking. You all have an anticipation of whether that's your risk or the counterparty's risk?
Neither. I mean, that's the thing. We're transacting there, and so whether it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what the difference in price is really, from a material standpoint, between the AD hub and the Kentucky Power residual aggregate, which is where we'll actually settle the load at. It's a matter of whether the fixed price we contracted for is greater than or less than the realized price when the hedge liquidates, and whether there's a gain or a loss there that would be added to or subtracted from the company's overall fuel costs.
Okay. The price you all have to pay is impacted by the price you have to pay for physical power is impacted by real-time congestion on the system, correct?
Only to the extent that we have balancing settlement deviations from our day-ahead settlement. If we're perfect in that we settled all of our gen and load at day-ahead, and that's what actually happened in real-time operations, we would have no exposure to the real-time congestion market. Because remember, real-time prices, LMP, so real-time system energy price, congestion and losses, only apply to the balancing settlement, which is your deviations from your day-ahead settlement.
So I guess I just want to make sure it's clear that we'll call it lack of headroom on the transmission system. I'll just call it that, because lack of headroom on the transmission system can affect both the day-ahead and the real-time market price, right? Like the transmission constraint penalty factor can affect the day-ahead price.
Yes.
Right. That's a cost that would be passed through and that would be reflected in the actual cost of power physical power that you all pay, right?
Yeah, absent any program that happens today, correct.
Okay. And how, I guess the expectation is that if there's a risk of that going forward, trying to say, I guess what I'm trying to figure out is if somebody just sold you all 6 months before that $30 megawatt, well, that's kind of crazy, $45 megawatt hour of power, you guys are just making out like a bandit at that point. Is that how I'm supposed to understand that? Because that's the difference between what you all are paying in real time for physical power, but you were able to effectively buy it at $45.
That would be, yeah. So in your example, if we bought it at some level, let's say $30, and then because of a transmission constraint, we did that 6 months ahead of time, and then because of a transmission constraint or whatever, the economic dispatch solution PJM settled at $60 for the system energy price, and that's what our liquid trading hub liquidates at, then yeah, we have a $30 gain on that hedge that's gonna go to lower fuel costs. So yes, we would make out from a financial standpoint, or customers would benefit from a financial standpoint if that were to come to fruition.
That's what, I guess that's really what I'm trying to get to. That I want to make sure I have an appreciation that the real-time issues that SCED is trying to solve for aren't a risk that either you or the counterparty is taking for exclusively financial power. Is that right? That's.
Yeah, I mean, the
Because
risk.
this is really complicated. I really want to make sure that we're not signing up for something here that, frankly, none of the 80 people here fully understand. So, is that the case?
Just to restate, we said a lot there, so just to restate it, I would say regardless of what is causing the change in price, whether it's system energy component being higher because of natural gas, a transmission constraint affecting congestion, or something else, whatever changes that liquidated real-time, the liquidated actual price for the product we purchased, it's the, the delta in that between the fixed price we contracted at is going to be what provides value or provides cost.
I'll save my other questions.
Right.
Actually, the chairman's asked what few I had left, but I did want to ask a clarifying question. You mentioned that you all had RFPs out for additional generation.
Yes.
But I kind of moved on and didn't ask you to clarify that. We do know about some of the RFPs. What specific generation were you referring to in that answer, though? Types of generation.
I was referring to Kentucky Power's RFP. I think it was issued roughly 90 days ago for oh gosh, I think it was like 800-ish megawatts of summer capacity, 2,000-ish megawatts of winter capacity, all in purchase power contracts. We've received bids. That window closed a couple weeks back. That RFP is what I'm referring to.
Okay, we just wanted to clarify, because I know you work for AEP, and if there was RFPs for possible building of a new generation facility or something, we just wanted to clarify that.
Well, to fully clarify there, the company's proposal on the solar gardens is to build new facilities, and we would, if approved, we would then issue RFPs for that as well.
Oh, but you haven't, obviously not, okay.
We have not, no.
That's all I have.
Well, let's just finish on this hedging program. Is there in what forum are these transactions, in what market or forum are these transactions occurring?
You mean like in a broker market or on
like
the counter exchange?
Yeah, that's why I guess, you can do gas and ice, and you can do stocks at the New York Stock Exchange, you can do commodities at the CME, you can, like, they say somebody's always gonna build a market, or you can make a market somewhere. Where are these transactions occurring?
I think generally the commercial team uses the Intercontinental Exchange.
Okay. And are there rules in the ICE, well, can we call it ICE?
Sure, yeah.
Are there rules in the ICE about adequate collateral to participate, and rules around, are there rules around collateral regarding market participants?
I do not know for certain, but I would certainly hope that a organized market has such mechanisms and structures in place. And, again, anything we contract in, we being, AEP service company for our operating companies, it's going through our internal risk group. Any counterparty that we transact with, they're being reviewed and cleared so that adequate credit is in place, and like what the other companies are doing that with us.
Yeah, and I guess that's what I fully don't understand. I mean, you go to, the CME or New York Stock Exchange, you're buying a liquid commodity at a particular price. It's a homogeneous thing, right, for lack of a better term.
Frozen orange juice concentrate futures, yes.
That's exactly right. Yeah, I didn't think we were gonna get to the Dukes today, but we'll take that. So, but you're not necessarily worried about the counterparty risk because it's moving so fast and they're a liquid thing. You just take it from here. It's like electricity, right? I mean, that's what we're talking about. It's electrons are electrons, right? So, with counterparties, you're not necessarily talking about effectively with these financial transactions, actually dealing with individual commodities. It's more. Is it more ad hoc transactions at liquid hubs?
It's a contract for differences at a liquid trading hub.
Okay. So there's a specific, effectively, negotiation, give and take, and given that it's well, I guess what I'm trying to say is there's a contract with two defined specific parties, and you all know who each other, they know who the other party is.
Yeah, it's going to be that financial institution X offers this price for this flow month, on-peak, off-peak product for this amount at this price. And there's going to be some contractual confirmation of that transaction.
And how do you all find out what's being offered? Is there a bulletin board out there that shows what's being offered?
You're getting a little past, I work with these folks and I help do this with the regulators, but I do not transact.
Yeah,
So
let me ask this. Do you know whether you have to put out requests or whether people who have something to offer are putting that out?
I'm not certain. I think you can do it either way.
Okay. I guess what I'm really trying to, are y'all going to be going and looking for these, like literally beating the bushes and sending out RFIs and RFPs similar to like the purchase power RFP? I mean, I know it's not that formalized and slow and stuff, but, or is it going to be you go and look and here are these offers at this hub and you're picking and choosing amongst products?
It's the latter. It's what is offered at those hubs, because you can go back and look in time on the exchange and see what were the historic offers. I mean, we've done that in testimony preparation for various things, and that would happen again when we have our monthly energy supply meetings and we get all the constituents together and look at these things. We'll have here's what the quotes are for AD Hub for this month and balance of year. So it's out there. It's in roughly over-the-counter exchange. So we don't have to go submit an RFP.
Okay. So is there a distinction between an option and a contract for differences?
I'm sure there is. These are more akin to a swap, right? It's a fixed or floating swap. You're paying a fixed price and you're going to get some floating variable price on when it liquidates.
Have you been able to, I assume from the direct examination, Mr. Gish, you've been watching the hearing up until now, or at least listening?
I have, yes.
Okay, there was a portion, some questions that got pushed off to you, I think from Ms. Wiseman and Mr. West regarding generation. It was specifically about the, and you probably couldn't see it when you were watching, there's a little graph at the bottom of the Kentucky Power slide on the EEI presentation, a 68-page document. Do you have that, Mr. Gish? Do you mind to provide that to Mr. Vaughn?
Which page?
Yeah, I don't remember. Let's shoot.
I would say 62, or is that what you're talking about?
I think that may
With the
have
circle
been
chart?
further back.
68?
But it may be, hold on one second. It's, I think I have the wrong one. Yeah. It is on page 62. Thank you. Sorry, I was still in the 86-page document, not the 66 one. Are you there on the Kentucky Power page?
I am, yes.
At the bottom, there's the capital by function. Do you see there's two of those, five, I always forget what that type of graph is called, but there's five of the circle graphs that relate to generation?
Yes.
You're the generation guy? You're the power guy now? One of them is environmental generation.
Yes.
Do you know what environmental generation means for purposes of this presentation?
Generally speaking, when I've seen these types of presentations or this characterization internally, it means that it's an environmental compliance project. So I would expect it to be CCR type work or some other environmental requirement.
Okay. What about fossil/hydro generation?
That would be just your general maintenance capital or other capital that you're investing in our case here, Mitchell plant and Big Sandy plant that are not environmental related.
So can we call those just non-environmental stay open capital costs for those generation?
Sure.
Okay. And then otherwise, there's no generation in the capital plan for 2024 through 2028 here for Kentucky Power. Is that right?
Correct. They have not included the solar garden capital in here yet.
They have not, unless, that's why I was wanting to find out what environmental generation meant and whether solar garden was technically environmental generation.
Yeah, the 20, I think the 25 megawatt example that we included in my work papers, if the program's approved as is, was roughly high 60s million capital spend, so it would definitely be more than that 8.
So I want to talk to you about that 60 million, let's call it $60 million at the full 25 megawatts.
Sure.
Okay. So, thank you. So the solar garden, I want to ask this very directly. What's the purpose of the solar garden proposal? Purposes of the solar garden proposal.
Purpose is.
You talk about in your testimony what the benefits of it are, right? The half of the credits to the LIHEAP customers, the avoiding or negating portions of the cost allocation insofar as it's producing during those behind the meter reduction to demand, that kind of thing. I'm just curious, I get that those are the benefits of it. Are there purposes beyond what the purported benefits are?
Well, I mean, the purpose is to serve our customers with reliable and safe power at a reasonable price. And I can say this program came about because, Company Witness Wiseman and Company Witness West came to, my team and other teams when they were preparing this case and asked, hey, what can we do in some of these areas? Do you have proposals? Do you have things you've done elsewhere that can achieve, lower our costs, take advantage of programs that are out there? And so we suggested this. And Kentucky Power said, yes, let's include that proposal in our case. So I guess the purpose for me is to, serve my operating company personnel that I work for, being, Company Witness Wiseman, Company Witness West, and to lower the costs, through the benefits I've discussed in my testimony, and, reduce some portion of our market energy position and take advantage, diversify our generation fleet and take advantage of some tax, IRA benefits that are out there.
Okay. So let's just presume for a minute, and I don't want to catch the ire of any of the joint interveners. I know there's a settlement. You guys are going to look at doing it different ways. But let's just, for the simplicity of learning about this, let's just assume this ends up being a single behind the meter, but transmission connected 25 megawatt solar facility.
So you've switched it from distribution to transmission?
Yeah, distribution,
Okay.
at a station, I guess is what I'm really trying to say. Like, you don't have to, it's in one place.
Okay.
We'll put it in distribution, that's fine.
That makes things less complicated.
Okay, so
Thank you.
low side, 21.5 kV, 34.5, whatever it is. Okay. All right. Walk me through the benefit that you discussed in your testimony about placing it on the distribution system. Well, yeah, the possible benefit or expected benefit of placing it on the distribution system as opposed to connecting it to the transmission system. First, let me just ask, do you have to go through the PJM generation interconnection queue if you attach it to the distribution system?
I can feel my FERC counsel's eyes upon me right now, so I can't give you a definitive, but generally speaking, no, you don't, and you can't give it an explicit yes or no because it depends on the circuit, right?
Okay.
And so if you're putting a 20 megawatt, 25 megawatt system in this case on a circuit that's only going to eat up 5 of it, and you're materially backfeeding the transmission system,
Yeah.
PJM might tell you that you might need to go through the queue, at least in part, to secure what they call a wholesale market participation agreement, or what we generally refer to as a WAMPA, a really fun acronym to say. Whereas it's abbreviated queue process, but you don't get capacity injection rights. So you're just participating in energy markets and ancillary service markets. So what we have done in some of Kentucky Power's affiliates, we have these projects, we have some that are online. You find a place where they can be sited on the distribution system, you don't have material backfeed to the transmission system, and you do in fact avoid the PJM new resource interconnection queue.
Okay, so it's, you got the WAMPA. Is that technically?
You
sorry,
wouldn't have a WAMPA in this case. You are
if it
completely.
fed- Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm saying, if it fed in, if you connected the distribution system and it, I think using your term, did not get eaten up on the distribution system and instead fed back into the transmission system, you would have to have a WAMPA? And would you technically, is that effectively the same as an ERIS?
Ooh, I don't know ERS.
ERIS?
ERIS.
An energy-only resource as opposed to a network resource? Is that the distinction you were making? That's not deliverable, it doesn't have CIRs, it's energy-only capacity?
I'm not familiar with that acronym, but yes, you do, if you do the wholesale market participation agreement rather than a full interconnection right, you go through the whole study, you don't have capacity injection rights. You're not getting capacity credit for that resource. You're just getting the market, the energy market, and any ancillary service benefits that you can.
For every,
Just to clarify, that's not our intention on these projects, is to get a WAMPA or get full capacity injection rights. That takes a lot of time and money.
that's the benefit of putting it on the distribution system as opposed to it and being eaten up, as opposed to putting it on the transmission system, is timing in large part?
Yeah, it's
okay.
time to market, and there's costs, right? When you have to apply for things and do studies, there's humans that do these things. There's associated costs with them. So you save time and money, and you can get generally the same benefits,
Well, okay, so
or
that's.
greater actually, I'd say.
And that's why I want to get to whether there are greater or lesser benefits in terms of putting it behind the meter. AEP is an FRR entity in PJM,
We are.
and your load obligations for your FRR plan are based on, I'm going to call it a snapshot. I'm sure there's a technical term. But PJM basically takes a look at what you've used or expect to use, takes a snapshot and tells you this is how many megawatts you need at a particular time. Is that right?
It's based on the company's load at the time of the 5 coincident peaks from the previous year, plus the forecast pool requirement, generally referred to as the reserve margin.
That's the current rules. They're not proposed to be changed. Do you? Okay. We'll just talk about what's here today. The five
Status
CP
quo.
The status quo. The 5 CP occurs in the summer as a general matter.
June through September by the tariff, yes.
Those are the months in which a 25 megawatt solar facility would most likely. I'll ask it this way. In your experience, is it likely that solar production occurs approximately the same time historically that those 5 CPs have occurred?
Yes, the solar generation curve is fairly coincident with the summer 5 CPs.
Okay. And so if it's in front of the meter, well, no. So being behind the meter actually reduces megawatt for megawatt as long as it's a solar facility is producing at its peak demand, a 25 megawatt solar facility is producing at its peak demand, would reduce a utility's 5 CP requirement for its FRR plan by a 25 megawatt amount.
Yeah, so it reduces, so a load reducing generator like we're discussing here, it reduces megawatt hour for megawatt hour, the energy settlement, going into the market, and so whatever it's generating by at the time of the 5 CPs, that reduction plus the reserve margin is the benefit you get.
if that 25 megawatt facility was transmission connected and had an interconnection agreement and was a capacity resource, how many megawatts towards your FRR plan would it actually provide?
You would get the installed capacity of 25 megawatts multiplied by the ELCC, or the effective load carrying capability for that resource class.
Let me just, significantly less than 100% of nameplate. Would you agree?
Yes, it's,
Yeah.
I think right now the proposed, under the new proposed rule, the ELCC for a fixed tilt, or even, I think, let's say, single axis tracking, is the annual numbers less than 20%.
Okay. So all those are good things for a utility, a load for a utility trying to reduce their costs, right?
Yes, it's,
Okay.
it's effectively peak shaving through generation rather than calling load to reduce.
Okay. Is the AEP zone a winter peaking zone or a summer peaking zone?
Yes.
Yeah.
We do both about half the time.
Yeah.
I think we answered it in Discovery as well. I think over the last 10 years, it's been roughly half and half, where the network system peak load has occurred in the summertime and half the time on a winter morning at roughly 8 a.m.
Do you or anybody else in your area have an expectation of what the peak, which season the AEP zone is expected to peak going forward?
I have not heard of any forecasts that the pattern is going to change at this point. I mean,
Okay. So increased electrification isn't expected to necessarily drive winter usage as opposed relative to summer usage?
it could. It absolutely could. I mean, but again, you're still going to have that variability. If you have a very mild winter and a very hot summer, it could overcome the impacts of increased electrification in the heating space, or EV charging or whatever.
Okay. Are you aware of the terms CTOE and CTEL?
I know of them. I am not an expert in that.
Okay. Are you generally aware that one is a transfer limit and the other is a transfer, I think, obligation, or obligation, I think?
I know they have to do with deliverability of capacity into a LDA.
Yes, an LDA.
Locational delivery area.
A location delivery area. That the idea is whether enough generation exists within an area or enough transmission exists within an area, within or to and from an area, to make sure that generation is there to serve, there's enough generation there to serve the load, right?
Yes.
In a situation in which how do I say this? Is there a risk that in the winter, the AEP zone starts having increased issues with transfer limits? Well, let me take a step back. You see the auction result, the base residual auction results in any given year, just as a general matter, that sometimes some areas clear as the whole RTO price and some at a different price?
I am aware of that, yes.
Okay, and is it your understanding that as a general matter, when a area breaks out or clears at a higher price than the rest of RTO, that's a function of deliverability?
It's a constraint, right? You can't, yes, that's what makes it separate.
Okay. And that there are some zones or subzones that are winter peaking zones, and those are the times in which they have those constraints and deliverability issues?
I don't know the details of all the zones outside of the AEP zone, but I mean, it seems reasonable.
Okay. I guess what I'm trying to have an appreciation for is, right now, the primary benefit in terms of wholesale market revenues, or realized wholesale market revenues, or avoiding wholesale costs, that something like the Solar Garden can create, is the fact that it reduces your FRR requirements. It reduces the load on effectively a megawatt to megawatt basis, as long as it's producing during those 5 CPs. Is that correct?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think in the example we gave, I think it's part of the benefits, but I think the reduction in the 12 CP, although it's lower because it is 12, the 12 CPs, which include the winter months, was much less solar generation, and the forward, the energy cost savings, I think are both greater, and the RECs, I think that's all greater than the capacity value in the net present value example we gave. But
Right,
it's,
so
you know,
you've got
it's a bundle of benefits.
So you got the dollar for dollar megawatt, as long as it hits the 5 CP, or whatever the PJM uses for their FRR plan, 25 megawatts. Then you've got the just cheap energy, is that effectively what you were saying?
I'm saying that when this generates, the energy value is LMP because you're not purchasing that. It's reducing the load that you're selling in the market. So you're either making an incremental off-system sale or you're purchasing one less megawatt hour of energy from PJM on net.
You're
So there's-
avoiding LMP.
Yes.
Okay. And when you all looked at the savings benefit, did you all look at historic LMP or forecasted LMP?
We would look at it based on the forecast curve.
Forecast curve, okay. And not at the curve that you all are seeing for futures for your hedging program, right?
No, those are different.
Okay.
Right, you don't, this is a 35, so when you're doing the MPV analysis, I think that which is figure AEV8, we're doing this over the life of the asset, that's 35 years, and so you're not, forwards don't go out that far, and so we use fundamental pricing,
Okay.
which is similar to what, basically is what we would use in our IRP analysis, where they're taking a look at the system over the planning horizon, and they're using long-term curves for energy and capacity. That's what we propose to use here.
So it's just IRPs, we use you all use 15 years for that. This is just extrapolated to 35.
Sorry, what was your question?
In IRPs, they use 15-year is the planning horizon. Here, you extrapolated, you have
Life of the asset.
35-year forwards, or 35-year curves effectively.
It's the same curve, it's just you're only using 15 years of it versus we would use 35.
It just keeps going to 35 years.
Correct.
Okay. What are the avoided distribution expenses that this might drive?
So, do you mean like distribution system?
Mm-hmm.
I personally have not seen a distributed solar standalone project that has produced verifiable cost of service savings from a avoided distribution investment. I have and am participating in distribution level storage projects that are deferring an asset or eliminating the need for a traditional solution. So what we would generally say as a non-wires alternative. I have seen that. So my answer to your question is I don't have any evidence of direct distribution cost of service, like reducing our asset cost or O&M or anything like that from a standalone distribution level solar project. In fact, there will be extra distribution cost when we interconnect the project. That's more typical. A capital cost to interconnect it into the distribution system. So I think in the settlement agreement where we agreed to evaluate storage at these sites, that is where you could bring in extra, we'll call them benefit streams into the analysis where, if we're looking at this and company Winans Phillips tells us, all right, well, you got 3 bids, and if you pick this location and put it here and you put storage with it, it could eliminate a reliability, a forecasted reliability project or a forecasted capacity thermal project that we would have to do through some sort of traditional wire solution. I am familiar with that. I am working on projects. Me and my team are working on projects that do that.
All right, walk me through real quick, talk about your team, and we'll go for the evening. You're generally aware of a class cost of service study, an embedded class cost of service study?
Yes, sir, we have met.
Yeah, and then when you talk about these type of projects, you have a good idea of what their cost components are? What kind of capital makes up the Solar Garden project?
Yes, sir.
Okay. when you walk through the 3 steps of the cost of service study, if there's a post-hearing data request, could you tell us as a general matter where, how the function of the plants, the classification, where those individual costs you would expect, what buckets effectively those costs would end up in a class cost of service study?
Yeah, I mean, I think you can go to figure AEV8 and see it. It's listed out there, like those. You're gonna have your generation O&M from maintaining the plant. You're gonna have property taxes, insurance, and land leases. They're gonna show up in A&G accounts. You have accretion expense, depreciation expense, and then income and property taxes. You know, those are all lines on the study.
Yeah, but I guess I'm saying, given, so generation O&M expense, but it's located exclusively at the distribution. So when you start figuring out which class is gonna pay a portion of O&M, you're not saying that this would be, that wouldn't play into that allocation to, for instance, distribution, classes that take at the distribution level versus classes that take at the transmission level.
No, it's still
would be-
production property. It's not going to be booked in a distribution property account, and
That's,
I guess technically now it'll be booked in new accounts. I think FERC has changed the universal system of accounts to include solar, wind, and storage accounts, whereas I think right now it all will get booked into that. If you're thinking FERC US of A, like I know we all do, it would be in that other generation category right now.
so, just to make sure that I'm clear here.
It will not impact the allocators in that in the class cost of service study, because it's not a load, right? It's gonna be carved out of that.
Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to make sure of is, so, like, take Mr. Kurtz as a good example, right? And not him in particular, but Marathon takes that at transmission level, right? So, when it starts getting into, distribution system costs necessarily, they aren't allocated, those classes aren't allocated those costs, or not in the same way that classes that take at the distribution system do, right?
Correct.
But the fact that this generation is located here and connected to a 21.5 kV line as opposed to at a 69 kV line or whatever it may be, at a higher voltage transmission line, for the purposes of the cost of service study and the uniform system of accounts, it does not matter, it's just generation plan.
Correct.
Okay. Same with batteries, is that right?
Storage will be its own set of accounts, but yes, you know, depending on the use case, right? So if you're putting the storage into the distribution level to in lieu of a traditional distribution expense, you know, I think Mr. Kurtz and his constituents would argue that they shouldn't pay for that because they're taking service at transmission level, versus if you're doing a storage project that's connected at transmission level to meet a RTO capacity requirement or some other capacity requirement, we would generally argue that's the same as every other capacity resource and it'd be allocated across all the classes at all the voltage levels.
Okay, and the only distinction would be if storage is used as a transmission asset versus a generation asset, is that right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
The only distinction would be if the storage is used as transmission as opposed to generation.
It would be the use case of it, yes.
Okay, all right. All right, we'll come back to more, Mr. Vaughn, and we'll start with the Kentucky Powers Hearing Exhibit 1. I do have one other item, just for those that might be listening. If Mr. Burkholder, I suspect we'll be able to get through the vast majority of the rest of your all's witnesses tomorrow. Mr. Burkholder provided, as a response to the staff's data request number 6, that 6-8, 6-9, I think it's 6-8.
The one we talked about earlier.
No, it's actually, well, Mr. West referred to it, but it's the one that talks about the AEP East, the allocation of costs for the last, I think since 2014, of the LSE OAT expenses. He provides a company allocation, and I say company, he provides an AEP allocation based off the 1CP, like the rest of it, the 1CP, it's non-AEP within the AP zone and then AEP, the first bill that gets sent. And then he provides the 12CP allocation to Kentucky Power, about 6 to 5%, whatever it is in a given year. who is the best witness to ask for the 1 CP of Kentucky Power each of those years since 2014?
I think it's Mr. Burkholder.
Okay, would you all mind, I know it's 4:30, but if he could come prepared to maybe at least directionally give us an idea of what that 1 CP allocation looks like as compared to the 12 CP that they received under the AEP's agreement, that would be helpful. Or what, I guess what I'm really asking is what portion of that 1 CP allocation to AEP is Kentucky Power's, represents Kentucky Power's contribution?
For what year?
For the term of that chart, for the graph in the response to staff's 6-8, I believe.
Yeah.
I think that Mr. Burkholder's response indicates that he only has records back to 2014 for those. So, I know you all have the whole AEP amount for that, and so my hope would be that you would have the individual Kentucky Power operating company 1 CP for that year as well.
We'll make that request. I don't anticipate there being any issues, Your Honor, but if there are, we'll let you know in the morning.
Okay, all right.
Chairman, one thing, if you're gonna have questions for Barron and/or Bondino, tomorrow afternoon would be the best if you can do it.
Okay.
They both have family health issues with things.
Mr. Burkholder is, that'll be fine.
Thank you.
All right.
One more.
Sorry, just real quick, does anybody have, do you have an issue going a little late tomorrow? Do you have an issue going a little late?
Late tomorrow? No.
That's okay. All right. Is there any objection if we go a little late on Thursday?
No, Your Honor.
Would that be fine?
The only thing I'd add is that witness Cummings might not be available if we happen to get that far.
That,
But other
that,
than that,
that'll be fine. And then we can, worst case scenario, we always come back.
Late is better.
Yeah, so let's just plan to go a little late, whatever little means, but let's plan to go late tomorrow to see what kind of progress we can make.
Your Honor, I want to go ahead and ask, in the event we do go to Friday and aren't able to complete tomorrow is Thursday, yes.
It is.
Can I participate remotely on Friday?
That'll be fine.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Yes, one last thing. Does the commission have an idea of when it would prefer to recall Mr. Kearns?
I can let you know in the morning.
That sounds great.
Is there anything else before we adjourn for the day? All right, we'll start back at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.